It's the day of sharing. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Um, so the general idea for today will typically be you'll have emailed me things that matter to you, things you want to share, things you want to have be a part of the world in a different way, in more ways. And typically be you'll have emailed me. Whoa. Um, yeah, and today's the first day, so it's a little different. There is the email address down there in the corner. Of where you can send your energies, what you want to share, how you want to share it, and then every week I'll upload a poll where you can vote on what people have submitted, what people have emailed, and through that poll, you can decide how we're gonna spend Fridays moving forward. Um, like I said, this Friday is a bit different, and I think I want to explore the question: what does it mean to share? That's what I want to spend today doing, all day. I want to hear from you. I want to know what you think it means to share. Um, I'm gonna do some research. Just like sit here with my little setup here and just write and scribble down. Just think about what it means to share for me. Um, what I find that other people find meaningful in regards to sharing. Yeah. So it's kind of a collaborative day. Um, it's about you. That's what I want Fridays to be. I want them to be about other people. I want them to be about how we can make this space a place of sharing others. Um, yeah. I think it'll be a much smoother process as we get further along. More people involved, this kind of thing. Um, but I'm definitely here to weather the slow weather. Yeah. The poll that I currently have up on the Patreon consists of the things that have been shared that people want to see happen, people want to feel more of. And those were meant for today. But I decided late last night, talking to my partner, that pushing those things off to next week and letting people really vote on them feels more um, earnest to what I'm trying to do here. And just spending the day asking people what it means to them to share, different experiences they've had sharing. Yeah. I guess I feel like I could talk a little bit about me while I'm waiting for anybody to show up and have anything to say. Um, my experience of sharing has been formative. Um, yeah, I'd say formative would be the word that I would use to describe very generally what sharing has done for me. Um, I've always had a fear of like getting treated with silence. Just like someone giving me the silent treatment. Um, I have no greater fear than that. um, Either having someone refuse to engage with me, or coming to the realization that I've contributed to creating a space in which someone doesn't want to engage with me. That's frightening, you know. To realize that you've gotten to that point, to realize that you've closed off this connection, and yeah, I think it's the first word I'm going to write down in regards to sharing is a connection. There's this palpable energy between the two things allows for a mutual connection. Yeah. So I think it's been formative in the way that this fear of silence, this fear of terminating connections with others, due to being alone, due to all kinds of things, sure. Experiences that I've been able to be shared with, and that I've realized that I've cultivated. I'm sleepy. Cultivated a sense of sharing with others that have been the most meaningfully, like, resonating, impactful spaces I've been in. Large part of why I'm here, I'm sure. Wanting to try and make more of those. Knowing how important they've been for me, and feeling through the support of others that it's also something they want to occupy, something they want to feel more of, something they believe in me to be a part of. Yeah. So, good morning. Yeah, I just want to meditate on sharing today. Would love to hear you. Would love to feel what you think. I'll be here all day. Hey, Dan. Doing things a bit different today. Um, yeah. Figured I should spend the first staring day. Yeah, I'm just staring here. Figured to spend the first sharing day thinking about what it means to share. Um, Love to hear what you think. Any of you. Um, yeah. Thank you, Wider Light. That's, yeah, Wider Light. I'll take it. Um, I showered this morning. That's how this happens. You shower, and consistently, sometimes, and let your hair just grow. If you have curly hair, the gods are within me, as they are within you. Wow, forgotten how to do that. I'm impressed. Maybe we should all share with Wider Light how to shower. That's not what this stream is for, though. I can't shower for you here. Um, I think I clicked the box that says that my stream is okay for children. Whether that was a mistake or not, we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, so now I've got like 4 people here. That's like pretty impressive number. I'm feeling it. Today's a little different than what Friday will be normally. Maybe that's already clear. But I felt last night thinking about it before I went to sleep that spending our first sharing day, spend the first sharing day just meditating on what it means to share, and then all the topics I received and people are currently voting on the Patreon, I'll dive headfirst into next Friday and just really get it going. I was going to insult you that I don't have the motivation to commit to it. Wow. I'd share some of my motivation with you, but I'm not sure I want to be insulted. I'm intrigued. What would it take to motivate you? Bring it on. Motivation leads to innovation, and innovation leads to progress, and I don't think humanity deserves the progress that my innovation, which comes from motivation, would bring. You're gonna have to explain yourself here, human individual. Call me self-centered. um, I think the thing I'm most interested in about what you've said is, um, I don't think humanity deserves the progress, and I think from that I'm interested in this deservedness of progress. Like progress is a positive thing, maybe. Uh, Progress and deservedness. That's interesting. Can't say I agree that progress is something that is a deservedness thing. Like it's necessarily a positive thing. I don't know. What rule says that I owe any explanation? There are no rules. Who are you? You're wild. You mostly just sound like a bully. um, there are no rules. Sounds like you got some motivation though. For all that you're typing. Some kind of motivation in there. Hello, based comrade. This is logic. uh, Fair. I'd be interested to know your motivations, though. What are you talking about? Uh, well, base comrade, we are intended to be talking about sharing, what it means to share, um, that kind of thing. Um, and seems like a wider light is interested in asking interesting questions, you know? No one's here to ignore you, silence you, laugh at you. Um, yeah. What did Wider Light say before I joined? Um, they said they were going to insult me, and they said they didn't have the motivation to do it. And I asked what I could do to motivate them. And they said there's no point, as motivation leads to innovation, and innovation leads to progress. And I don't think humanity deserves the progress that my innovation, which comes from motivation, would bring. And yeah, they did say I have nice curls. I'm not sure what's going on. If you want to talk, I'm here to talk. Yeah, I think I'm confused now, if anything. I'm here, listening. I'm not sure what's being said, but I'm listening. Anybody who's here, um, yeah, I'd love to know what you think about sharing, what it means to share, what it means to create openness, have a space in which communication and connection can be achieved. Um, I'm opening myself to connect with someone who it seems like has something to say. So, here we are. I'm mostly just interested in understanding what you're trying to say. Well, I guess that's over. I don't know. Just feel kind of stuck here now, I guess. Waiting for a very pregnant energy to manifest itself in some way. Not the way I wanted to spend the morning, but I'm here for it if this is the way somebody wants to spend the morning with me. If anybody has any ideas on what it means to share for them, their experiences of sharing. I started this talk by talking about, oddly enough, talking about being silenced or feeling like you've silenced someone else as a motivator that has led me to fear the silent treatment, in all of its forms. Being the recipient of it, giving it, realizing when I've been the one who's created a space in which someone feels silenced, in which I've felt that someone has silenced me. And that's led me to really value the potential of making sure connection is possible, making sure that sharing is present in the energy we can share and have together. Yeah. So Dan, I'll share that I have a hard time sharing. A lot of people do in a group, especially when they're sharing personal stories. Yeah. That's why hopefully I've left it open that you can email shareanelement@gmail.com as a means of yeah, just personal story, kind of something you're afraid or don't want to make public in this kind of format. Send it to me through that email address, and I'll think about it. I'll talk about it in whatever anonymous way you'd be okay with me talking about it. If you feel like your experience is something that you've learned through or something that you just want to express. It's easy to feel like your situation isn't meaningful or isn't valuable. I'm not here to be some kind of self-help mechanism. I'm not here to make therapy happen. But there is a vulnerability that is present in that can be difficult, and I'd love to hear ways in which I'd love to find ways. I'd love to practice ways in which overcoming that can be something we can work on. Yeah. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate you. So like I said, this is a little different than what I think the process can look like in a way that will be definitely more enriching. This is a bit of a standstill, a bit all over the place already, and it's only 9:36. I'll be here all day, and I'm here to listen. I'm here to share. I'm here. I mean, this day is this. I mean, literally, is me sitting at a desk asking you to let your life be the center of whatever energy we can make of it. Whatever you find important, whatever resonates with you. Start with those things. Start thinking about those things, those stories, those hobbies, those attentions that really matter to you, and cultivate a lot of how you go about doing things. And then, I mean, take the next step and think about what it means to share that. What kind of outcomes do you get when you're able to share? What happens when you aren't able to share? Yeah, and then either hit me up in the chat here or shoot me an email. Yeah. Dan4456. Something I've been thinking about this morning because of a book I'm listening to. What does being proactive mean to you? That doesn't tell me what you think it means to share, Dan4456, but you've capitalized on a vulnerable moment. So I will do my best to engage with that. What does being proactive mean to you? Yeah, anybody who is here right now has thoughts about this idea. Why not? Why not just take around for the morning? As far as I go, um, when I think about being proactive, I don't really think about being proactive. It's probably the most direct and honest thing I can say. Um, what does proactive mean? Like doing the things we want to do, doing the things we think we should do. Um, kind of actively engaging. We're supposed to be having meta sharing conversations, Dan. That is you're bad. What does it mean to share? Tell me what you think. I don't know. I guess a prerequisite that I'm offering is people are reading what I'm writing here. That's my bad. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to think about proactivity in in this general way. Um, Proactivity is hard for me to think about because when people talk about being proactive, um, I feel like it's typically been in the context of like being prepared for something, right? Proactivity means you're prepared to engage and you're taking on things in a way that's not just reactive. And I guess that has something to do with understanding the space you're a part of, the space you're trying to be a part of, the spaces you could be a part of. Just being aware of the potentials that lie around you. Which I think I avoid a lot of the time. I think I have a pretty limited scope of things that I do. I mean, I do a lot of things, maybe, to some people, but that scope is a bit limited in what I'm prepared to engage with. So proactivity doesn't really play a factor because it would seem like if I was thinking about being proactive in my circumstance, I'm forcing myself to engage with something that I'm unfamiliar with, which then isn't really about proactivity at all for me. It's when I'm forcing myself to engage in something I'm not that familiar with, or trying to be prepared for something that is not within my comfort zone. I don't think of proactivity. I think of learning. I think of inhabiting. So if proactivity is some kind of inhabitation, maybe, um, being present and aware in what a certain network of opportunities could have. I'd be interested to know what the book you're listening to and what they have to say. Yeah, because I tend to just want to change the words I'm using when I'm trying to think about the action of proactivity. I tend to think it's just something else that I'm doing, not being proactive per se, but being present, being aware of possibilities, and maybe all those go into being proactive. I don't know. That word doesn't seem to have a lot of instigation for me. Yeah. But yeah, meta sharing conversation, if that's how you want to phrase it. That's That's what we're here for. Um, I figured if I'm going to spend every Friday for the next couple months at least, as long as I can afford to do this, gonna spend the next handful of Fridays trying to engage in this act of sharing, in this day of sharing. I think it would be important to have an idea of what people think it means. Learn how other people have experienced it. Yeah, the experiences you've had of general sharing. Just I'm stupid. This is what failure looks like, guys. You're good, Dan. You're not the only person in here, so that's okay that you type slow, buddy. I know there's a delay. Yeah. Who else is in here besides Dan? Says there's 3 people. I'd love to feel your energies. Whatever you got. I'm here to learn from you. And I know it can seem like the other way around, you know. Having me in front of this camera, it puts some idolization, you know. There's this fetish. There's this center that's my face, that's me. And it's not what I'm here for. If you've tuned in to any of the other chats we've had, or any of the other streams I've done early this week, 90% of them are not my face. Yeah. I feel like having my face in front of this camera now is misleading in a way, but I'm here to be a channel, be a receptor. Yeah, and just showing a picture of my desk doesn't seem to do the same thing. gave me a feeling of driving to act I haven't felt before. I mean, yeah, I guess that's, yeah. So Dan said, I never really thought about it like that before, proactivity. And the book he's reading gave him a feeling of driving to act that he hasn't felt before in quite some time. So I just thought I'd share. Yeah, I think I feel at my most driven to act when it feels valuable to connect to someone, when it feels valuable to share. Like literally. And I know that can seem like so tropey in this kind of space I've created where the word share is floating around my head like 9, 10, 12, 14 different times. Um, just saying that word feels a bit silly, you know, in the nature of where I've positioned myself. But yeah, that's probably my biggest factor that drives me to act is that this feeling that there's the possibility of opening up a channel. And I think that's what I'm most interested in, the connection created from sharing. It's not necessarily a fact-driven thing where you're just sharing information. It's not necessarily an object-driven thing where someone's just sharing their frisbee for a few hours, even though that could be fun and sharing information can be informative. There's nothing wrong with those, of course. Of course not. But I think making the practice of sharing something that enriches the network of connections we can have, our kind of acceptance and ability to resonate through those connections, because it's a practice. You know, it's hard. It's sharing is not easy. I think that sharing is a burden for the recipient. Sometimes I think I've had this conversation before with maybe one or two of you here, where there's you can share your passions, your energies, your meaning with someone. And hi Jamie and Matula, how you doing, guys? Would love to hear your thoughts on what it means to share. Hit me up at some point today. I'll be here all day. Anyways, yeah, it's a practice. It's a nourishment. It's something that we all have to work on, being available to sharing. And then, as Dan said earlier, being willing to share, feeling like you can occupy a certain space. There's a right space. You know, there's a right ritual in which sharing is felt more readily to occur. There's a comfort. There's an assumed outcome, maybe. You know, there's this sharing is political in the most social way I can say that, in the least derogatory. There's a politics to how we share, why we share, in what situations we share, the information we choose to share. Yeah. Dan4456. But we have to share experiences, which is information. And then I feel for the practice to happen, there has to be the feedback on that experience in my mind. It's a rubbing up of the two perspectives that makes sharing a practice. Yeah. I mean, it asks the question, one we're having to deal with right now, sitting here. It's like a willingness for the rub. And cultivating that willingness for the rub is difficult because someone could be willing to share an experience and then the other person not be willing to receive it, obviously, in a meaningful way. Someone could be ready to receive, hungry to receive, and not really know how to receive, even, because I think it isn't just a willingness. It's also an understanding, and that places responsibility on both parties. This responsibility to be able to understand, and this responsibility on the sharer to make what they're giving to be understood. That's so hard. Trying to rub. Because you get situations where people think they're getting their point across. You think they're accurately portraying a certain energy, a certain experience. And there's kind of this disillusion when what they do or don't give back, when they do or don't get back, they feel is kind of the other person's fault. There's this quickness to blame. There's this and even in a less aggressive way, there's a quickness to assign distance, and that distance is insurmountable even sometimes. Like, I think reception is its own practice. I don't think reception is super active. Because I think reception that is super active condenses a lot. Reception that is super active will someone gives something to me. If I'm too busy analyzing it and parsing it apart and breaking it down from all my perspectives, what am I actually receiving of what they gave me? There's this sense of relaxation to be the receiver. There's a sense of allowing yourself to being taken over by someone else. And that's super vulnerable for both parties. For the sharer to really know that they're imparting this potential vulnerability is important. And then it's important for a receiver to be that like vulnerable, open, flexible space, this protean energy, that allows for the reception to be taken in all of its constituent parts, even if you don't understand, because you may not understand it. I think that's what I'm saying, is that like you don't always understand what people are trying to share, and to assume that you can make an understanding out of it creates a lot of negation. It creates a lot of violence. It creates a lot of anxiety, anticipation. So I think reception ends up having a lot to do with a relinquishing of these deductions, a relinquishing of identity in a lot of ways. Saying this is me or this is not me, when someone shares something with you, that you're quickly relegating it as something that is or is not part of your experience. Doesn't really give you much of a chance to experience it. You're already kind of making it a second-hand gesture. And I think a big part of receiving is primacy. It's making that energy primary. Because the person who's sharing it with you, it's primary for them. It's something that matters a lot to them, hopefully. You'd imagine, right? There's, yeah. Matula Ratula. I feel like sharing as a practice can either be social, like Dan suggests, or cathartic expressive, where one shares for the sake of exteriorizing one's internality. The linchpin of this sharing lies in the spilling into the world of one's interiority rather than engaging with reception. I'm sure AJ resonates with this as a composer. I think less than you might think. Yeah, I would have a lot of questions about the sake of exteriorizing one's internality, I think because there's I mean, isn't there a desire for reception there? There's a desire to make something known, to instigate a situation. Yeah. I don't know how it's not social, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It can also be cathartic and expressive, but I think that still falls under this social umbrella. This ability to get catharsis through sharing. I think sharing is predicated on being social. It's predicated on having another party. It's predicated on this possible connect. It's a connection. I don't know how it's not social. Yeah. Hence why I've come out of my cave of existence the past couple years and finally hopped onto a social media platform entirely for this purpose. In the music I make, it's all about sharing. It's all about the social. It's all about instigating relationships in that way. Bye, Dan. Maybe the reception is desired, but not necessarily discourse. like in a situation where you're really looking to be heard rather than questioned. I think both are always involved. The question is, there are contexts in which either can be privileged, I think. Yeah, I think Dan's statement is important there. This kind of looking to be heard rather than questioned. And I don't know if I would, um, like how much of that is sharing, you know? That's I think that's right in a fine line, you know, like this kind of yeah. When you're looking to be heard and not questioned, that seems to be right in a fine line. You know, is it sharing? Maybe. Maybe sharing is just being listened to. Um, that feels really aggressive for me somehow to think about. Like when someone sits in like a psychoanalysis chair, um, and they're like spilling their guts, and this other person is just listening. I don't know if that's sharing. They're surely speaking of their life. They're surely saying something that the other person is then hearing. Um, See you, Matula. Um, I think giving is different than sharing. Yeah, I would have to say giving is different than sharing somehow. In this quick little thing. Um, yeah, I'd want to predicate. I'd want to say they're different things. That you can give something, you can offer something, you can be charitable, um, and and these are all very related to sharing. But I think I think I'm interested in the way the arrows point. You know, where charity or giving or these kinds of gifts, offerings, the arrows go into like one direction, right? And sometimes that predicates in certain cultures that the arrow goes in other directions, right? Um, it You give someone a gift and then you're expected to go give a gift back, write a card, send a thank you note. And that's not like sharing. Um, there's like mutual giving that is not sharing either. You know, it's like two arrows rather than like one arrow that's pointing both ways. Um, yeah, maybe. Clearly, I haven't. I don't know. I don't have answers here. I'm riffing with you guys. I'm thinking about it. That's what I'm here for today. To think. 5 viewers. Who's here? Say hi. What do you think it means to share? We've got a lot of ideas so far today. If you want to hear any of them, I've been scribbling down as I go, trying to like catch a few things here and there. Yeah, so let me know if you're curious, if you're getting anything, if you have anything to say. Hi, human robot. We're talking about what it means to share. Got some lovely ideas on the table. If you have anything to say, human robot, I'm happy to hear you. So far we're talking about what it means to share. Um, talking about things like it being a connection, a practice, a ritual, um, a possible distinction between giving and sharing. That those may not be the same thing. That there may be um, the way exchange happens within those things, um, where giving maybe like a heard but not questioned kind of space where you're like imparting something but you either don't want. I mean, yeah, usually it's like a not a want, or or there's a non-reciprocal in return. You're just imparting, and there's this giving to that. There's this. It's a gift. It's um, a relinquishing of even. Where sharing, it has more responsibility on both ends. There's this embodiment perhaps where the recipient has to embody the one who's sharing, because I'm sure often you can imagine that you share something with someone, they don't get it, um, they don't they don't connect with it. Um, I've had that experience for sure. And then it becomes a question of, well, did I present it the wrong way? Um, hey, Carrie Wolfie. Yeah, then the question becomes in regards to sharing when it's not received well. Did I give it the wrong way? Did I express it in a way that wasn't clear for them? And the recipient, thank you. I took a shower this morning. Um, uh, and then the giver can think, I just don't get it. It's not my thing. It's not something I do. And so then sharing becomes this complex activity of the the person sharing, um, really being delicate in how they um, allow something to leave them and go to someone else, but then the recipient making that information primary. I think it's often you can have something shared with you and make it secondary. Say, oh, that's their thing. I mean, I like it. It's cool, but it's their thing. Um, and like it's their story. It's their energy. It's their history. And I think a responsibility that a recipient can really take on is being vulnerable to allowing it to be primary, allowing that experience to be the number one thing in that moment. And like that's hard. That's hard. Like how do you go about allowing something to be a potential primary experience um, when it's being shared with you, um, to embody your share, in a lot of ways. At least embody that potential. Um, yeah, I said a lot just then, but if you're still there, human robot, if you didn't give up on me, take it away. I don't know. What do you got to say? You too, Carrie, Wolfie. You got anything to say about what it means to share to you, your experiences of sharing, um, places where it's been comfortable, places it's been uncomfortable, um, sharing that's been meaningful to you? Yeah, no worries. I'll be here all day. If you don't know how to add at the moment, I'll be here till 5 p.m. doing this. So no worries at all. I'm here to learn. So all this is very sprawling and exploratory. All right, no worries. You can keep quiet. Just chill. If anybody who doesn't want to say anything in the chat, they can also feel free to email me down there, bit more anonymous, and I'll share that information in an anonymous way as we go. I guess when you collaborate on a project and decide on shares, it's important to never do it 50-50 if it's a two-person product. What do you mean? I guess I'm not familiar with that kind of space. Because oh, okay. Yeah, evenness. That is a hard question. It's this how do we yeah, so when we talk about sharing, are we talking about equality? Are we talking about this evenness? Yeah, that's meaningful to bring up. Thank you. Is sharing even? Is it equal? Is the person who's giving this the person who's receiving, and then in this case when you're talking about shares in a product and then how they contributed to that, and so like who gets more of a say? Katahoyak. And noticed something. I studied a bit on Katahoyak and noticed something interesting. People were trying to figure out how it collapsed. Most theories were debunked. Floods, droughts, water phenomenon. Okay. I don't know what this is at all. I don't know what Katahoyak is. One theory they had was the ancient city collapsed. Oh, it's a city, okay. Collapsed because it existed way ahead of its time and didn't have a central administration or a hierarchy. Okay. So are you talking about a necessity to establish like dominance in these relational things, or like so if you're sharing something that it should be clear? Okay. Okay, so you're saying that one theory was the ancient city collapsed because it existed way ahead of its time and didn't have a central administration or a hierarchy. It was a city, but people were stuck in the hunter-gatherer mentality where everyone shared their resources evenly. Don't know if by necessity or something as a default, because it was a structure also observed in other species like the lobster. All right. Got you. Heard. So, where are you taking us in this hierarchy train? I mean, because I could definitely get on board that sharing has something to do with hierarchies. Okay, so when we share things, when we offer these connections, we potentially, almost maybe accidentally, by default, necessity, whatever, however you want to phrase it here, there becomes this domination, this kind of like one before the other. Okay. I think in that point we're getting to like maybe getting to parasitic relationships. There's a book by a guy named Michel Serres called Parasite. That where he talks about parasitic relationships, and he's really he. There's let's see. I'll see if I can find. I won't read it right now. I'll just sit here and talk. But yeah, he talks about parasites and talks about how like there's obviously in this relationship of a parasite, one is leeching off the other, and but then he goes on to express throughout the course of the book a lot more clever than I am. So reading the book will definitely do you good. In kind of feeling this energy, where he goes through and says that it's not always clear who the parasite is or what the parasite is. It's that this position isn't static at the least. That he's willing to say that the position of who is parasiting who isn't clear. Yeah, he uses a lot of different mythologies. Uses a lot of different stories. Two stories that come to mind is a man who's trying to sleep and a family of mice who are eating crumbs in his kitchen. And the relationship those things share. Then another one he mentioned was a group of satyrs, a family of satyrs in their little hut, and then it's raining and a traveler goes by and the satyrs invite him in out of the rain and offer him soup and these kinds of things, and then it asks questions about who's parasiting who in that encounter of sharing the soup with the stranger. Yeah, and I mean he uses stories a lot, these kinds of like short mythologies as a way of kind of talking about these pretty important concepts like parasitic relationships, hierarchies. Yeah, but definitely worth a good read. I would definitely look into him and that book especially. I'd recommend it highly. That's the kind of thing that happens in a group project. The person who proposes, leads, and the others helps or leeches. Yeah, of course. Yeah, and then the I don't know. I'm not being super thoughtful by what I'm about to say, but like, could the person who proposes and leads, could they have done it alone? Like, is that help necessary? Yeah, like, and then if that help's necessary, then we're getting into questions of ownership. We're getting into questions of like, who gets what, quid pro quo, whatever. I don't have answers to that. I'm not some kind of economic-driven figure. I write music and I sit in front of a webcam trying to talk to people. Clearly not very savvy when it comes to ways to make sure my power leads to money. That's not something I spend a lot of time thinking about. It's valuable for sure. A lot of people gain a lot of really meaningful positions in the world through considering that. Yeah, it is good to ask questions. I appreciate this a lot. I like this instigation, this path you're leading me down. This is really lovely. Thank you. Um, hmm. If you want to send me any of the studies that you were reading about that ancient city, I'd be happy to check them out myself at some point. Um, I don't know when. I've kind of just started my own personal study of different ways of looking at history. Um, I was reading some Adorno. He wrote a book called History and Freedom, talking about how can we achieve understanding of a history, and then how we utilize that, and how it affects us, and how it controls us in a lot of ways. So I'm just getting to a point where I'm feeling like history is something I need to take a look at for the sake of action, and which is something people have done for a long time. Uh, but I mean, for my own sake, it's just starting to converge a little bit. Um, okay, it was on Discover. Got it. What happened to Turkey's ancient utopia? Thank you. Yeah. Is it bad? I guess asking people here, is it bad to realize you're in the position of being parasited? Um, is it okay to sometimes be what's being parasited from? Um, and then does that allow awareness for us to understand how we parasite others? How like, because I mean, because then we're just looking at like these large scale, small scale structures. You talked about these group projects and how one person usually leads the group project, and then um, but then there would be this like division of kind of wealth at the end of that project, if I understood you clearly, that seems incompatible to the kind of work and energy that was put in, and that I guess what you're offering with this history and this idea of lobsters is that there's a there seems to be a necessity to define these hierarchical limits. But I definitely think hierarchies are going to exist for sure. That's something not something I think. I just kind of like seems to be pretty ubiquitous that there's going to be these levels of instigation of hierarchies. I think what we could then talk about is the roles of how those hierarchies change. And so then we're talking about like sharing power, right? We're sharing who's in control at what time and how long they're in control. We're talking about durations of control. These are hard questions. I don't have answers to these. They're good questions. Yeah. Um, Forcing parity in terms of workload was a futile attempt. Some could contribute more than others. That and forcing representation. So I mean, is there this value that I mean, because it sounds like it in your words. Is there this value of contribution? Like, I mean, yeah, it just sounds like the typical structure. If you can do more, you get more. Um, I don't mean to say that in like a kind of a critical way, but hmm. Sharing seems like a very kind of aggressive space in the way you're talking about it, which it is. It definitely there's a vulnerability there, but there's this kind of built-in competitiveness. Um, there's an equity present maybe. I was forced to take in products that were buggy just to say that someone had contributed. I proposed a fix, but that would mean that his grades would suffer because his work would be negated. So I chose, by the way, a flawed product and representation. Yeah, yeah. Because we're just talking about what you value then, right? It's a value between like the product or the representation of that person, and I don't know. That's what kind of like moral game are we talking about now? I think the word quantify sticks out to me there. Like, I mean, because the immediate, I guess I may be missing something, because the immediate thing sounds like that person didn't contribute. Well, I mean, yeah, no, it goes back to even. No, yeah, no, this is very related. This is great. Because I think what it sounds like. Well, I mean, is this predicating expectations? Is it the space that's created? The situation in which this person was expected or instigated to reach a certain threshold of interaction, and they were unable to reach that threshold, and so you were forced to, as you're putting it, kind of, you were choosing to having to represent them because actually I don't know what you're representing here. Like, there's not wanting to admit or succumb to that things were done incorrectly. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to be insensitive to the situation. Yeah, I'm just confused by the part of quantifying responsibilities and workload rather than qualifying them, you know? And then when the moment came, like, this lack of desire to like throw them under the bus, you know? Like, I get that. I don't want to throw someone under the bus either. But that's like the like venture capitalist mentality, maybe this kind of I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna have these set of tools to help you reshape something, but you have to fire them, get rid of this, throw that away. But this like representation versus versus like the outcome and being a dilemma is interesting. The person didn't interact enough. He worked hard, but the product couldn't be added because it was buggy. But if we didn't take his product, he wouldn't have had enough credit. But if we ship a flawed product, there'll be momentary consequences. I mean, I don't understand enough about the space, I guess. I don't like, why is the thing buggy? If we're going to get really specific into your particular conversation, which I'm okay with doing for sure. Definitely interested to hear anybody else that's here, what they're thinking as they're kind of going through this with us. Um, you're basically saying like a buggy product wasn't his fault. Um, so like, I mean, yeah. So, and I'm not sure we want to play blame games either. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be interested in going just slightly back to the idea of sharing responsibilities, workload as hard to quantify. What you mean? Like, I get that this is an example of that, but I'd be interested to hear more about what you mean by when we share this kind of workload, um, and this desire to quantify it. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in that for sure. I think it's hard to say how much should be shared in a business in terms of effort, because value is subjective. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it doesn't even have to be in regards to like businesses. You know, it could be. I mean, couldn't what you say be applied to like a general roundtable of just people sitting around in a room talking about their feelings? You know. Yeah, it's sometimes about how well you speak on behalf of your person. Yeah, an understanding of the space you're in. Exactly. Um, how much you can convince that your value is of this subjective higher rank. Hmm. Because I mean, are we talking about? Because if the business is one thing, right? Um, and then there's all these things that happen inside of it, and those things become some kind of like export, right? Um, to some other entity. Um, because you're talking about this internal business, this decision of spread sharing, whether it's like a group project, even if you want to consider the business a group project, and then the export being to like a teacher in a classroom or whatever a business like the board of trustees, the people who control the money, the people who define the importance of a product that you make. Um, it is a political thing, right? Yeah, it's how well you speak on behalf of your position. It's I think that's asking questions about the receiver, um, like the person who's receiving what you're sharing. So like, um, Yeah, so there's sharing that's happening within the business. There's sharing that's happening of who gets what responsibilities and how the people disseminate that energy. And then it's for the cause of it going to another, you know? And then this kind of, what your last situation placed to me, that there was this anxiety between two poles of what was to be presented and what was to be like what was to be received by the other party. Was it to receive a buggy product, or was it to receive a lack of representation? um, wow. Yeah, I think that I mean, because are we're assuming, yeah, I mean, we're assuming that the body, the recipient, is fixed, I think, right? Like that they're fixed through your understanding of them. Like, and maybe that's the case. Maybe there was just a very clear understanding of of the body that was receiving, what they expected, what the reactions would be based on what was given. Um, and then if you know what kind of reactions will be elicited, you yeah, ethics, exactly. So we're talking about like, because yeah, if the entity is fixed, it's no longer the problem of what you give. It's a matter of how that deals with the this inner collection and like facilitating that inner collection. So it's like a long term, short term question. Is that even about sharing anymore? Is that just because it wasn't that the sharing was poorly done. It's I think, I mean, it seems like it's asking questions of like economy, but not like economy in a purely money oriented way, but the economy of means, of like how we treat bodies and how we engage with bodies and humans and people. Um, huh. No, you don't sound weird. Not at all. I mean, I think you're making sense. I'm sorry if I'm not responding in ways that seem. I'm sorry if I'm not responding in ways that seem kind of coherent to what you're offering. Yeah. Um, I don't know how to talk about ethics, because because the way I understand ethical things is a power to, a power to um, accomplish something that allows for the continuation of whatever that something is desired. Um, there's the utilitarian method, which is the ends justify the means. Sure. I think, yeah, what I was trying to say about ethics is that, about something being ethical, it becomes about like a desired outcome. What's deontology? I have no idea what that is. Will stay true no matter what. What I don't know what that means. What is true in the right thing? Yeah, these little quotes. What is that about? Um huh. Yeah, so to quickly wrap up what I was saying about ethics, I guess. It's just it's engaging in the power to do what the body is capable of doing, which I know sounds really abstract, um, but the body being the unit and capable being to maintain that body. Nietzsche criticizes deontology and examination of ethics in religion. Yeah, I haven't really read a lot of Nietzsche, so I don't know, but that would make sense to me. Yeah, because the right thing and truth and right. Um, a lot of my ideas that are coming out of these ethical things, you can just relate to Spinoza if you want. If this kind of like thinking is important to you, using like thinkers like that. Yeah, self-realization. Yeah, that's Spinoza. I don't know if you know Spinoza, but he was a thinker a little bit before Nietzsche, quite a bit before. But Spinoza's Ethics is a really amazing book on ethics and being ethical and how to engage with our relationship and powers within the world. Yeah, so this self-realization, it becomes about the self. It becomes about how you participate. That's like almost, and like Spinoza talks about it in reference to God slash nature, almost in this somewhat polytheist way, but it's got this kind of monotheist tinge of the whole, and how you relate to the whole and how you're a part of the whole. And yeah, no, Spinoza is really great. But because then the situation becomes, if you're talking about ethical things in regards to your little business endeavor, it became about like, what do you want your business to be about? Do you want to have a good product now, or do you want to maintain a certain relationship with certain people as a means of facilitating that structure in a particular way? That can have different answers at different times, you know? Yeah, like, so I think ethical decisions have a lot to do with deciding what you want to maintain. Yeah, that's probably all I could really say that seems meaningful here. Like, making an ethical or a right decision end up having a lot to do with, like, what are you looking to maintain? How are you looking to maintain it? Is there a possibility to maintain? And then we get into like that that erosion is what happens to like things that are static or fixed. Once something is like in place and has like a particular entity to it, a certain fixedness, is when it starts to erode. And erosion is usually a part of like rigidness. So maintain isn't necessarily going to mean like a uniform structure, but maybe a dynamic interplay that allows for like different types of entropy. Yeah, and so that's like, and how that relates to sharing for, yeah, no, I mean, because I think, yeah, like this dynamic interplay is important to me. I think that's why I value sharing so much. Because Yeah, iteration. Yeah. I think dynamic interplay is important to me in this case because being available to sharing allows me to change, allows me to proliferate, allows me to um, have certain densities. Um, that's what we were taught in game designs, and weirdly enough, that's how civilizations evolve. Um, yeah, yeah, in a lot of ways, definitely. Um, yeah, I think allowing for the utterance to be placed upon me, being a vulnerable and sensitive receiver to those utterances, has done nothing but like change my life over and over and over in the most um, resonant ways I can imagine. Um, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Currently playtesting, actually. Fun. What are you playtesting? A game that I was making. Stopped making it, or still making it, perhaps? Done making it. It's out there. Still working on it. Cool. I do not know what anti-design is. No idea what that is. Well, Human Robot explains to me what anti-design is. Anybody else is here? Hit us up. What do you got? What does it mean for you to share? Oh, basically just going against design principles. Oh yeah, sure. I'm all about it. Let's do. Oh man, we got blurry over here. Um, yeah, I do that every day. Went to music school, learned all my music making principles, and I don't use them. In this case, making a game that has horrendous controls. Yeah, that sounds like a vibe. Sounds like a lot of fun. I will play. I will play your game, Mr. Human Robot. I'm gonna call you a Mister. That's I don't know why I did that. Mr. Mrs. Ms. That's the best one I've got. Human Robot. You're probably a Z. Um, yeah. It's not for everyone though. All right, well, if it's not for me, then all right, all right. I won't. I will not. It's a rage game. Does that mean I have to rage, or it will cause me to rage? I don't understand. I don't rage often about many things, so if it's a game that's meant to make me rage, I'll be your test bunny. You can try it, but be warned. Very exciting. Thank you, human robot. You'll rage. All right, all right. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Um, for a minute, I thought I knew you, IRL, but I have no idea who you are, which is totally cool. Not worried about it. Da, da, da. What is this video? This is how the game looks like. Oh, cool. Very cool. Nice. I'll watch that video later. I'm like have the chat on my phone, and I'm not very good at Twitch because I'm just figuring it out. And if I click on too many things, I'll lose the chat, and then you'll disappear forever, and I'll be very sad. But yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Cool. Thank you. How did you come across this video chat? I only do this on Fridays. This specific sharing thing. Someone clipped him rage quitting. That's so good. I'll definitely have to check it out. That's great. Yeah, Monday through Thursday, what I do here on this stream is a bit different. But Fridays, you can kind of check out. I'm not asking for your money by saying this. I put all the info on Patreon. So all the info about what I'm doing here is on Patreon, just for you to see. Monday through Thursday, it's a bit different. I go about this a different way. Fridays are gonna be kind of this. You can vote for the kind of topics that we'll be doing every Friday. Yeah. So every Friday I'll be engaging in different sharing topics. This is the first one, so it's just kind of like a meta sharing, just like what does it mean to share, that kind of thing. Yeah, and so I'm kind of just letting that happen today, which is what you're a part of right now, which I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here. It's really great. But in general, I'll have people email me throughout the week with what they want to be shared, things they're interested in sharing, what matters to them, and then the people will vote on it throughout the week. And then Friday will come, and I'll spend the day doing that. I'll talk about what they care about, what they want to be put into the world, you know. Monday through Thursday, I don't do a lot of talking. I just kind of do my personal work. I write a lot of music. That's what I do. I'm a composer. So you'll see, like, I spend most of my time over here doing all this manuscript stuff. Yeah. And reading books. I read a lot and things like that. So that's what we're doing here. I just started. This is my first week. You can see past videos and streams that I've done. Yeah. Oh, I'm really glad you showed up. You gave me a lot of interesting things to think about. A lot of interesting things to think about. I'll probably only be able to sustain this for like another month and a half to 2 months. I saved up a good amount of money from my day job and like basically quit. I'm only working there on the weekends. so I can do this Monday through Friday, because I was convinced this was a good idea to give a shot. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm not trying to make a lot of money off this or anything. That'd be like wildly stupid as far as I'm concerned. Um, but if I can find some way to manifest some kind of equilibrium and make this space available for a while, I'd love to. Really would love to. Um, People mean a lot to me, as silly as that might sound. Um, yeah, so who else is here? It's just me and Human Robot having a chill time. It says we've got 3 viewers here. That's that's 2 more than I thought. Yeah, but I'll definitely have to think of the concept you brought up of evenness. I think even this question of can things be even and things like that. I mean, it definitely relates to that Parasite book that I mentioned in a way, but definitely room for me to think about more about the moments in which people feel like there's a inequality or a lack of balance, because we tend to react to those things. Exactly. Yeah. Can things be even? Yeah. So like, but then the way my short answer would probably be no. I don't think even is a important thing to reach for, and that's a pretty like big jump for me to just make. Yeah, exactly. We have these different pursuits, and then how do we value judgment those pursuits? Ugh, not interested. Um, yeah, but I don't know that doesn't necessarily rush to some immediate like multiplicity and like worshiping this multiplicity, because then we all just like tribalize in these different ways, but there's also this like fear of the opposite, of everyone going gray and having this homogeneity, and we all become the hive mind, and I've never played StarCraft, but I hear it doesn't go well. Yeah, so like when we have this like kind of tribalist multiplicity versus this like extremely generic hive mind as our options of the balance of even, um, it doesn't seem very clear how to engage with that meaningfully. So like when we think, I don't think it went well with the Borgs and the Collectors. Yeah, I don't understand that reference, but I assume it's StarCraft. Like I said, I've never actually played it, but I've been told that there's a hive mind thing in that storyline, and that it just probably doesn't go so well. Yeah, the ability in a given situation, Star Trek and Mass Effect. Thank you. I am, yeah. I don't know. I recommend the Mass Effect trilogy. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've heard of both those things. I literally am a loser who's, well, that's just judgmental. Uh, I just sit in my room and in this space and write a lot of music, listen to a lot of music, and read a lot of thinking books. But yeah, I haven't played video games in a long time. I think the last video game that I played a lot of was Phantasy Star Online. But yeah, but Phantasy Star Online isn't that deep of a game. It's got my heartstrings. They talk a lot about the conundrum of going against the Reapers and what it would take. Okay. Yeah, cool. I'll check it out. Write it down. Though people criticize the game ending on a gameplay basis, story-wise, it was very interesting. Okay, cool. I think, yeah, I mean, I don't mean to like promote my platform or anything, but like, if you shoot me an email with the email that I have listed on this module over here, just throw some stuff at me. You seem like someone who's got ideas, and I like that. The things you like. That's what I'm here for. Find people who want to share stuff they're passionate about, and I'm here for it. Like, bring it on. Yeah, just shoot me a few emails of these things. Like, I'm not going to depersonalize what you just offered me. Like, I wrote it down. But yeah, um, yeah, I'm trying to find a way to make this like it seems like an odd ritual to cultivate. Have people email me things, and then have other people vote on what's emailed to me, and then that becomes the like kind of centerpiece of an 8 hour engagement on a Friday. It's a strange participation to ask for, I think, but mostly because it's not done. I think the strangeness mostly comes from unfamiliarity and not because of some problem with using it as a mode of communication. So if yeah, definitely send me some stuff. Throw me a few emails with things that you care about. That sounds super interesting though. Cool. I think something I'm interested in regards to that is, and I would love to hear what any of you other 3 people have to say for sure. Bring it on, please. That moments in which we're the weak ones, you know? I'm currently building a super basic lore in my game. Nice. Can show you it on the email. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Send it along. I would love to check it out. And if you are interested in letting it be shared on the platform, just type in the email if you don't want me to share it with anyone or not. That's totally cool. Like, I won't share anything in public that you don't want out there. Duh. Hopefully it's a duh. But so when I think about this balance, I think about weakness, and I think about situations in which we allow ourselves to be weak, like to be the ones who are on the kind of weaker end of an engagement, and there's like we have so much fear due to that, and well, there's trust involved, right? Being the person who's not getting the equal end of the stick, or getting the dominant end even, and obviously, like, so many clear things go into that, but how to create a certain space in which we could offer an energy that allowing yourself to feel the duration of weakness is an opportunity, you know, like that there is meaningful opportunity in there, to not be the one who's always on the top of the mountain. I've been in so many circumstances where I've like looked up, you know, where I've been in a circumstance where I feel like looking up was the best way to look, you know, and feeling lesser, feeling ill-equipped, feeling self-conscious, you know, like having to reflect on what I have to offer and what could I offer, and then just realize that, like, if I took myself out of that, the self-conscious part, if I just like relinquished all of this energy I was bringing, those people had a lot to give. And I was just being too loud. I was too present. I was too available with myself to understand that there's something else. Yeah, sometimes you look at the folks on your right and left. Yeah. Yeah, and I think, I mean, it passed the looking at them, like, we have to be willing to not quickly relegate them as the other, you know? Not say that they are something else, but I'm like observing them. Because I think that's like some kind of like panopticon thing almost. It's kind of like this, yeah, it's like an observation tower where like you're just seeing other people and you are defining their qualities within your own context. You're seeing what they could offer you. You're seeing what their abilities are based on what you can learn through them, based on what you want to be doing. And there's like so many layers of like your own history and your own memories like crushing that other person almost. So when we like gaze at others, sometimes we like commit a lot of violence to our ability to engage with them simply because we bring so much of ourselves. We bring so much desire, will, intensity. Um, and then finding the moments where we can like take in those other people. That's hard, but that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, cool. My friend Dan was gonna be in the chat here today, kind of like being my cheerleader, but he's flying up here to see me. Actually, like I got lucky that we had planned a couple months ago for him to fly up here to see me. I haven't seen him in a while, and he's coming to see me, and I'm really excited. He'll be here sometime in the mid-afternoon, and he'll hang out with us. I'm really interested to check out your game later. I'm interested to see that guy rage. That'll be fun. So I mean, yeah, thank you so much for just literally sharing with me, sharing what you care about, sharing your thoughts, sharing what you're learning from. I say that as if you're leaving. I don't think you're leaving yet, but if you decide to just go. Oh yeah, I sent you the file. Oh, by the way, the controls are space. Okay. Every time you press space, your character rotates like in Tetris, but when you hold space longer, he jumps further based on where he's looking at. So, okay, yeah. Pressing space changes direction, holding space jumps. Green zone to jump. Got it. Cool. I'll definitely play this. You sent it to sharingelement@gmail.com. It hasn't come through yet, but I'll give it a while. I just looked at my email to see if it was there, and it's not, but I'm sure it'll come through. Q to rotate items. I gotta start writing this down now. Q, rotate, yellow. Press space, turn, hold space, jump. Got it. That's very fun. That's really funny. Sounds like it's gonna be a good time. And the graphics look really, really interesting. I'm only seeing the screenshot of it, but it seems kind of lovely. Have you made quite a few games? Is this like your first game, or? I made a few smaller games, but this one can last you up to 4 hours each level. There are 12 hours with the gameplay. That's hype. That's really cool. Um, yeah, I may just add your game if you're okay with it. I may add playing your game to one of my streams. One of my Friday streams is like a possibility. I'll let people vote for it. I won't just do it, you know. I'll kind of like put it as an option. If the community votes that they want to see me play your game for a day, I'll do it. Um, I'm down. That sounds great. I'd love. I mean, if that ends up being the case, I'd love to like obviously let you know, and I'd love to spend some of the day. Um, I'd love to spend some of the day talking about it with you, like instigation for the game, inspiration, that kind of thing. Because like yeah, giving that I want this to be a space of sharing. I don't want it to just be this kind of like trick pony where I sit in front of a camera and eat pizza and read exoteric poetry. You know, like um, um, I don't want to sit here and like talk about the mysteries of the world and like what altruism is necessarily. You know, but it's kind of like asking why this poetry? Why does this poetry matter to you? How have you experienced things like altruism, and what makes that a meaningful sentiment to you? Sure, and so for your game, if it ends up being chosen, I'd love to like talk to you about like why it exists, why you want to give it to people. Clearly, you want people to rage. That's clear. Uh, I don't mind listening about the mystery of the world. Yeah, no, me either. But I like listening to people talk about the mystery of the world that know what they're talking about. I'm sitting at this camera. Don't get me wrong. I'm as much as it might seem, I'm not some authority figure on anything. So me putting myself into this camera has a certain perception that like I might think that, and then I may get myself trapped in conversations where I'm trying to be something like that on accident. But yeah, the mysteries of the world are very important to me. That's Monday through Thursday. That's what I read. I've been reading this guy named Gaston Bachelard. I'll send it to you. He wrote a book called Dialectic of Duration, and he's coming out of this tradition of this guy named Henry Bergson. Um, they're both French. Bergson was like the 1890s. Bachelard was like the 1930s. Was this book? Bergson wrote this amazing book called Matter and Memory that describes the subject-object relationship as one of time rather than space, and it's really wild. And Bachelard came about 40 years later, and he mostly agreed with Bergson. He very much takes up a lot of Bergson's ideas. He finds Bergson to be one of the most powerful thinkers in regards to the subject and the object and time that there had ever been up to that point. And but he says he kind of disagreed with Bergson on one key thing, and that was continuity, like continuous versus discontinuous time. And I spent most of yesterday just like, I don't know if you're looking at the video or if you're just like listening, but I'll put up. There's this. Here's what I did yesterday. If you can see on the video, I just did this for. I'm holding it here for a few seconds, but this is just like my little mind map that I put together of reading the Bachelard. I know I've got a bit of a delay. Cool. Yeah. When I think, I like to write the most obvious things. So like when I started, I just wrote the name of the first chapter, and then I just wrote like down the first sentence that made sense to me. You know, I didn't try and look for just the intelligent stuff. I didn't try and look for the things that surprised me. I just literally read until I found a sentence that really made sense to me, and then I just wrote that one down, and then the whole thing just started pouring out after that. I think one of the biggest things I got that I could share was he says in it, thinking involves disregarding certain experiences. And like that's so wild, so lovely. Because we can't absorb everything at all times, you know? To think, we have to delineate, we have to choose, we have to disregard. And I think that way when I read a lot, because I read a lot of these books I read, I don't understand half of what they're saying. I'm not a Frenchman from the 1930s. I'm not nearly as well learned in his culture as he is. So he's gonna say a lot of stuff that I don't understand, and that's fine. So I just disregard that, and so my ability to think is to just attach to things I can familiarize myself with, and then as I familiarize myself with a network of things, I start to gain a resonance of potential things that could come out of that, and then I get a little closer to having my own understanding of Bachelard or whatever, whatever I'm reading, whatever I'm thinking about. I do that with music too. There's a lot of music that I could say I don't like when I first hear it, but I just listen and I hear the things about it that I understand or I do like. Oh, Baudrillard, yeah. Yeah, Simulation and Simulacra. I haven't read it, but um, I know of him, and yeah, you could yeah, I can add that to my little list of things about you that I need to check out. Um, yeah, I I like books. uh, you can see on my past streams. I don't understand how it works. I think you can watch my past streams. Yeah, I think they're over there. They every day I have a quote of the day, and I have what book I'm reading, I have what music I'm listening to all day, and then I've got a couple movies I've been watching. And so, like, if you're looking for movies to watch, if you're looking for an inspiring quote of the day, maybe not that inspiring. If you're just looking for some music to listen to, I just kind of throw all that up there in hopes that people will throw me things back. All my feeble mind knew was that it inspired the Matrix. If that's all you got from it, that's fine. Um, that's a vibe. Um, I feel like I had heard that before somewhere, but you reminded me in a way that made it really funny. Um, who else is here? It says I've got 3 viewers. I don't know how often this happens on Twitch that like people will watch but not say anything, which is fine. I guess I'm not like trying to like aggressively say, talk to me. But yeah, it's always curious. It makes me wonder how much of it's like bots or something. Um, but I guess when you have like only 2 or 3 people watching at a time, these are the kinds of questions you have. When you have a reasonable amount of people engaging with you, you're not worried about 2 or 3 bots floating around. Yeah, there are lurkers. I'm okay with lurkers. Yeah, that's cool. It's a vibe. If I'm offering something to lurk, if you and I mean, you're creating all the content right now. I hope you know that. I'm sitting here just wanting people to talk to me about what sharing means to them, and you're blowing it up. I think once you consistently stream more, you'll get around 8 viewers and a lot of interaction. Cool. Yeah, that's all I can really ask for. I think only on Fridays will I be streaming this month. Um, definitely interesting. Oh gosh, that's scary. Well, I guess I'm glad you and I have found a resonance. That's cool. I like that. Uh, yeah. Only on Fridays do I plan on talking this much while streaming. I talked more today, probably than I have the whole last 4 days combined. It's mostly just me streaming myself, sitting at my desk in silence, while I listen to my music and write and read and stuff. Um, so I don't talk that much throughout the week. Only kind of like first thing in the morning, around lunchtime, and then before I sign off for the day, 9 to 5. Do I really say much of anything? And that's mostly just been talking to my friends, because my friends are the only people that. Yeah, I think you're the first. Yeah, you're the first person who's talked to me that wasn't someone I knew. Um, yeah. I guess people have shown up and lurked for a bit. Once they saw that I'm just sitting here in silence, they just leave without saying anything, which is the nature of the platform. That's me learning about it. Um, hmm. I got a lot of music written the past few days, though. That was nice. I got a chance to write a lot, which is cool. Um, does I don't know. Yeah, I guess I could ask you these questions since you're here. Um, because you were talking about sharing in this. Nice, you play the guitar. Um, I I mostly play piano, and I write for a lot of like different classical instruments because that's what I studied. I went to a conservatory and studied music, um, of like classical chamber music, stuff like that. So I do a lot of experimental stuff with cellos and trumpets and flutes and stuff like that. Um, yeah, it's weird. It's kind of ambient, a bit noisy sometimes, but it's what I'm into. Um, yeah, and piano I do a lot of like jazzier things. I like playing, um, just tunes, songs, just improvising that kind of thing. Um, yeah. How yeah. So it's a question I have. Yeah, definitely. You can recommend some musicians. I would love, um, I would love any music that you'd want to share. Um, for sure. Johnny Greenwood, Arvo Part. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, for sure. I know Johnny from Radiohead, Arvo Part, and Penderecki. I know their music really well. I met Arvo Part. I lived in Finland for a year on a research grant, and I got the chance to go to Estonia, and I got to meet Arvo Part. And had he looked at some of my music. Yeah, he's really beautiful stuff. And Penderecki, yeah, it's just yeah. I don't know this last person though. Cristobal Tapia de Veer. I don't know them. Cool. I would definitely write that down. Are you into all of those? Are you into like Penderecki and stuff? I personally like Popcorn, Superheat Receiver, and Water by Johnny Greenwood. Okay. Yeah. I've heard the first one. I haven't heard Water. Or is that. Are those two different pieces? Maybe I don't know either of them then. Or the one of them. I feel like I've heard. I'll just check them out regardless. Because I feel like I've heard the Popcorn one, but I'm not recalling it clearly. Um, I'll just check it out again. Symphony Number One. Yeah, yeah. Nice. Yeah, all that's some really beautiful music. Ludosławski is another. He's a Polish composer, that I really like. Around the time as Penderecki. Yeah, Polymorphia. Yeah, that's a lot of intensity. Um, Ludosławski's cello concerto, and you can listen whatever you want, I guess. The Caretaker, is that a Johnny Greenwood thing? Hi everyone. Everywhere at the End of Time. Nice. He takes lounge music and slowly distorts it to. Got it. Um, that sounds like a vibe. Um, definitely check out some of that. Um, yeah, he's someone else. Got it. Um, cool. Thank you. Um, I surprisingly have at least 4 new things to listen to. That's really hype for me. I love that. Um, I listen to a lot of like experimental classical music. I listen to a lot of like metal and death metal. Um, I'll listen to a lot of jazz. Um, yeah, interesting. I'll definitely have to check all those out, and then I'll get back to you with a few recommendations after I kind of hear that and see if I know anything that might push you in a different direction. Really cool. Yeah, so I guess a question I'd be willing to ask you in regards to sharing, if you're down. The burden. I guess the question I have is like burden. Like just now, you just shared a bunch of stuff with me. Um, Season 2 Utopia OST. Got it. Um, in regards to like all those things you just shared with me, um, I've experienced in the past where like sharing a bunch of stuff with people gives them a sense of burden. It gives them a sense of like responsibility in this way that's like no longer exciting, no longer like there's like the object that was shared is now judged as something that creates weight, something that's already a negative before it's been experienced, just due to the nature that it was a part of a shared transaction. And like, yeah, no, yeah. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about like, what's your experience of feeling like you trying to share stuff with someone and they just take it as a burden, or experiences when you've realized that you think something is like a nuisance or a pain, and you realize it's because someone's trying to share it with you, not because the thing itself would be a nuisance or a pain to you otherwise. Like this kind of like, yeah, um, that's really interesting to me. Burden, how the burden of being shared with factors in to an experience. I've got this uncanny ability to have people share some really weird stuff, even they don't share with their family. Yeah, got it. I hear you. I'm currently trying to understand how I was able to do that. Well, yeah, I can definitely feel you there. Yeah, yeah. No, I definitely hear you. uh, Creating a safe space. Yeah, I mean that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you something about your energy and the situations you're experiencing in this, like you can create a space in which people feel safe. People feel not only safe, it's like there's a reason that they can tell you. There's a lack of judgment on your part, maybe. No, yeah, I'd love to hear more about what you think. I'm just kind of riffing, but I'd love to just hear what you think. When they share with you, they're essentially creating new information with a person or steering the friendship in a certain direction. Okay. Um, Creation and would you say that steering is it like a yeah, no, yeah, where you throw old data and use new revelation to inform you about how they really are. Yeah, yeah, that's funny. Um, curation, I guess, is what you're saying, right? Um, like when you're talking about like steering or like inform about, you're just talking about curation, creation and curation of a certain space. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I think curation is probably the best way to put that. It doesn't really have a value judgment on it. It's just um, kind of forget the older impression. Um, hmm. Well, because then when you talk about forgetting the older impression, you talk about memory. You're talking about the abilities for actions to relegate memory in a certain way, to curate it. Huh. So what the way you're talking about it, it puts it on this very um, there's very much a quick path to like manipulation. Um, so yeah, yeah. So relating to sharing to a burden, then to a possible manipulation. Ugh, we're getting a little dark. um, hmm. Of course, yeah. Just information in general. Yeah. Rumors may also affect the direction. So you don't feel burdened when people share certain things with you. When they share their like kind of dark energy or these kinks or whatever. You don't feel burdened by that. You don't feel like a ownership of secrecy. You don't feel like well, what's your experience when you receive this kind of like sensitive information? Yes, when you have to keep secrets, do you feel like you've been shared with, or do you feel like you've been like kind of unloaded on? Yeah, like yeah, I'm not sure if that's sharing or not. Yeah, because it seems like they're giving you information that they expect you to hold, and they get the satisfaction maybe out of giving that information out, expressing it somewhere. But then you get to be this recipient. You get to be this kind of value. Yeah, exactly. It's you're a data storage. Yeah, exactly. Um, and I don't know if that's sharing. I don't know. I don't know. Because I guess that asks the question in return, like, what do you do back? And like, I'm not asking for your personal life in that way, but like, um, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, context. Yeah, that's really lovely, Adam. That just slipped right by me. Um, Thank you. Yeah. Um, but then like, still, that asks the question of what's your relationship to that? Like you're pointing out all these things where they get to relinquish energy on you, they get to be better received in the future, um, and I guess I'm coming back to your equality question. Um, if sharing has this give and take aspect to it, um, even if it's not even if it's not equal, I'm seeing a lot of giving, but I'm not seeing a lot of like taking on your part. Maybe in this example you're giving. And so like how does this dynamic become present and not just for the sake of a singular? Huh. Not that that's a problem. It's not. It's I think I'm not sure if it's a different thing than sharing or not. I'm not sure if this is. We couldn't call that sharing, and I don't know if I couldn't or not. My intuitions want to say that it is, but then they also want to say that it isn't. So here we are, squibbling over the give and take. Sometimes I'd share stuff. Yeah. So it becomes like it's kind of like what I was thinking. It's not even like I said this earlier. I don't think you were here. It's kind of like mutual giving. It's like someone gives a gift to you, and then you have to write a card, a thank you letter or something, and send it back or give them a gift too. And I don't think that is sharing gifts. That's like one person giving, then another person giving. That's like two different arrows go each pointing their own opposite directions. Where I think of sharing as being one arrow that has it's one line with two arrows on each end that points in both directions. There's this kind of like synchronism to sharing that like mutual giving seems to be different. And I don't know if I'm making sense. Weirdly enough, the GIF is like a phone call. It has to be received. Yeah. Definitely. But then but is it, it's not always a shared conversation. There is no room for rejection. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. And that's, I think sharing is a much more plastic space, and that there is room for the ebb and flow, the give and take, where gifts are a bit more aggressive. Giving is a bit more intense in our culture, at least in the Western culture I understand. There's something's given to you, and there's a lot of baggage that goes with that. Which is what we're talking about: keeping secrets, exchanging information in return, things like this. Which doesn't seem to be synonymous with sharing. Doesn't seem to be synonymous with vulnerability in that way. It can be very vulnerable to give up information about you that's private. Yeah. This distinction is wild to me. Like, this distinction is blowing my mind right now. How to possibly distinguish between mutual giving and a like dynamic sharing. Sorry if I'm not making any sense for anybody who's watching. Yeah, exactly. Once you get a gift from said person, you return. It's a favor. Exactly. It's no longer like it's like a gift. It's like a. I feel it's the same way when they share new insights. Yeah. You feel like you gotta like be there with them. You gotta like impress upon them something when they give you something, and like, huh. So I think sharing has this idea of being shared with, where the reception of a gift instantly imparts a sense of action. I feel that sometimes I fall short because usually I'm the worst person they should be speaking to for this. They picked you, all right? No worries. You kind of have to I guess you aren't the one who you definitely didn't. You aren't the one who decided whether you were important enough or not to be the source of this. I feel that way so often. The reason I'm on a camera right now doing this whole sharing project is because I had good handfuls of phone calls with different people I care about over the course of the past few months, and they all resulted in them being like something along the lines of just being supportive of me doing something. It didn't look exactly like this, but there was this support. There was this kind of faith that I could offer something, that I could be something that they would see as meaningful, nourishing, and worth supporting. If you check out the Patreon, there's a couple videos I have on there of friends of mine that a couple, like, before I was thinking about this project exactly, they didn't know about it. I asked them to describe me to a stranger, how they would describe me to a stranger in like a minute or two, and some of the responses I got were just wild, and like they really pushed me to go through with this. And so sometimes it's not really how we feel about ourselves; it's about how others evaluate what we've done for them and who we've been for them. And is that a power, a responsibility, a rush, a spark of dread? Because like the moment you realize you've been something for someone, there's this like potential responsibility to like maintain. But then I just have to remind myself that like I'm already doing it. Whatever they think I'm doing, I'm already doing it. So I just shouldn't worry about it too much and just keep doing my thing. They're liking it. Take that whatever direction you want. Um, yeah. I. All I got was an eye there. Oh, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. I have to admit, I'm usually someone that gets annoyed easily or grumpy if I don't have my coffee. Well, I'm glad I'm not annoying you or making you feel grumpy or that you've had enough coffee to cross the threshold of um, what I'm offering energy wise. Um, I didn't get your emails, by the way. They never came through. So, yeah. If you have already sent me the emails, I guess check the email address and try again. Cool. I don't know if you heard me that I didn't get your email. It didn't come through, so I guess check the address and try again. Um, and that I was saying I am. I feel glad that I'm not annoying you, or that you've had enough coffee to endure me. Yeah. hello, my fellow lurkers. Anybody who's chilling around. I see we're up to 4 or 5 viewers at the moment. Wild stuff. Um, Me and Human Robot here, just talking about sharing, talking about giving, talking about burden, talking about creating spaces that lack judgment. Here, let's see. I'll type it here in the chat. Sharing element. Hmm. It should work. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, talking about what it means to share. And we've had a lot of interesting conversation already this morning about that. Huh. Is it case sensitive? That'd be wild. We'll see. We'll see if it comes through eventually. No worries. Hello to everyone else, though. Good to see you. Good to feel you. Do you ever feel that you, because you talked about how other people share stuff with you a lot, and that you seem to create a space in which they can actively do that? What does it take for you to be willing to share? What does it take for you to feel like what you have to offer is meaningful? Do you ever feel like what you have to offer is meaningful? Yeah, I guess that's my question to anyone who's listening, and especially Human Robot, because you've got my back right now. Huh. I just share whenever I feel like it. I don't really have a lot of skeletons in my closet, so it's fine. Like, I'm not interested in asking you to overanalyze why that may be. I mean, I feel similarly, you know. I feel pretty open to sharing. But it's not like in respect to not having skeletons in my closet, because yeah, I don't really have a lot of things like that. I don't. But there comes this instigation of, like, say I just share music with someone, you know, like you did with me a few minutes ago. I just share some of my favorite music with someone. I can feel sometimes that they don't listen to it, or they don't check it out, or they procrastinate taking the time for whatever reason, for like reasons of like burden, things like that, kind of bringing up that idea again. And so do your expectations of people engaging with you meaningfully, quote unquote, ever inhibit you from like going all out and like sharing yourself. Yeah, that kind of thing. If the question makes sense. I try not to get worked up or build too much expectation. Yeah, exactly. So it's yeah, I don't like freak out about it or anything, but there's this weight, you know, where like you're like, wow, I really love this experience, and I want to share that experience with someone, and then I go to share that experience with someone, and they're like, I'll check it out later, you know, like that. Sure, that happens. People get busy, blah blah blah, whatever, and then a couple weeks go by, maybe a month goes by, like, hey, did you check that thing out? And they're like, nah. That's so brutal. The telescope. What is that? Talk to me about that. What do you mean? I have no idea what you mean by that. Yeah, definitely something you came up with. I I believe it. I want to hear about it if you want to if you want to tell me. The telescope is something that I occasionally or rarely bring out when I'm debating with someone or getting worked up. You're gonna have to tell me more. You color me intrigued. It's hard to remember to use it, but once you do, you see where the conversation ends. Almost as if you can see the future. Hmm. Are you talking about like rational deduction, or kind of like zooming in on the point, or like what do you mean? Um, Devolve into an argument, yeah. So you're talking about zooming in to like what matters. Um, yeah. Looking at yourself from all the way out. Yeah. Oh, okay, got it. I was going microscope, not telescope. Telescope is this, yeah, this like larger manifestation for sure. So you think an important part of sharing your energies is one that you work through is having a good sense of what you have to share, like getting a good sense of all of you. Is that kind of what you're saying? Like getting this kind of making sure that you're really seeing everything that's going into a certain how you're participating with a certain moment, so you can be there and exchange and connect in a way that's useful. And you're saying like you feel like you or people could often get caught up in these smaller spaces that don't really leave room. Yeah. That's really lovely. I don't know if I'm understanding you correctly, but I like what I'm hearing. You just get kind of caught up in the emotions of it, or what do you mean by fail to do? Ah, okay. This like it's almost a distraction, you know? Yeah, taking the bait, so to say. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Um, hmm. I fail to leave the conversation as it is and accept that I won't change anyone's mind. Well, I think at that last part, I mean, I would be maybe poking a bit to say that um, changing each other's minds is really important. Um, I I think the angle I'm trying to explore is not one of two fixed minds that need to um, just ignore their differences and not combat. But then also gets back to the like hive mind joke we were talking about earlier. We're also not interested in minds that are so permeable that they do nothing but melt into one another and become this singular unit. Where yeah, that's not great either. Um, but I think this receptiveness to possible change can be really important. That's part of the sharing that I'm trying to cultivate and talk about is um, when you're available to someone else's energies, like really available, it gives the chance sometimes letting go. I think the question is, well, what are we letting go? It's are we letting go of our own like stubbornness? Are we letting go of a willingness to connect? I think that's a dangerous intersection. Like it's not always clear what we're letting go. Sometimes we are letting go of our own stubbornness and our own kind of like bullheadedness, but other times we're letting go of someone's hand when we shouldn't. Sometimes we're letting go of a life support that we need. Yeah, I know I'm like taking your words and overgeneralizing them and then re-specifying them in a very particular context. I definitely get that. I'm not trying to over over command what you're saying with your words for sure. It's all just very very interesting to me. Um, yeah, because I definitely agree. We don't want to get worked up. We don't want to explosively engage in frustrations. Um, I think it is better to detach from that than to engage in it head on. Often, like that kind of conflict in the theater. But I recently bought a book that I haven't read yet, but it's called "Conflict Is Not Abuse." I haven't read it, so I don't know what to say about it. I don't know if it's as rich as the title suggests, but I had it recommended to me by someone I trust, so I expect it'll be a meaningful book. But yeah, it's just called "Conflict Is Not Abuse," and so it's got me thinking of sharing in relationship to conflict just considering the title of the book as it sits on my shelf over there, about there's this rub that needs to happen. There is this rub that needs to occur for difference to proliferate. Because I think a general dissociation from instigation only promotes stasis. There's a static quality to that, and like I'm hoping, and I think what I love about sharing is that dynamic interaction, this kind of rich interplay. That there's strength, there's weakness, there's understanding, there's confusion, there's conflict, and hopefully not abuse. Yeah. But there's that potential, and that's where like weakness comes in. That's where fragility comes in. Wow, that's a lot. But I value you saying all of that. That means a lot. That's great. What's up? Alex too legit. We're just here talking about sharing. What do you have to say about sharing, Alex? Yeah, no worries. Take your time, human robot. You've got a life that is not centered around this stream. I believe that. I really do. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. I appreciate your energy. So while he's gone though, Alex, tell us about, what do you think about sharing? What are your experiences of sharing? What do you think it means? What do you want to do with it? What kind of powers do you think it has? Yeah. Alex doesn't believe in sharing. Oh no, AJ doesn't believe. Yeah, no. Naruto believes. Sharing is caring. Sure. Okay. We were just talking a little bit about how sharing doesn't always feel so caring. Because like we were talking about conflict. We were talking about how sometimes sharing can promote a sense of conflict, and like, so yeah, well, where do you go with that? Like sharing, it has a caring aspect to it for sure, but there is this instigation that that sharing can create a sense of can create an instigation that the two sides are now wrapped up in, entangled in, and like, how do you, yeah. What do you think? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the medium in which things get shared are almost as important as the content being shared. Yes. Yeah, the ritual space. Yeah, that means a lot. It means a lot in regards to conflict or not. Yeah, tell me more. No, I'd love to hear more. Sometimes the space can be more important, for sure. The medium, in that case, I'm just referring to as being the space. But yeah, um, like where, how, um, the mechanisms involved that allow for sharing. It takes a lot to communicate ideas, concepts, and conversation. Yeah, definitely. Um, I think, I mean, a lot. I'm interested in that qualitative, like position. It's a quantity, a lot, but it's also qualitative of like a particular effort. Um, takes a lot to communicate ideas, conversations, but to communicate feels, it's a whole different world. Hmm. Okay, tell me more. I I have questions, but I seems like you're on a path. I wanna let you follow this path of ideas and feelings and yeah, and how to communicate them. Communication is the medium here in those two examples. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So I think okay. So I think I with regards to the question, it seems like you're asking me. Um, it's it becomes one of like participation. It seems because you says it takes a lot to communicate ideas, concepts, and conversations, but to communicate feels, it's a whole different world. Um, yes. So and how communication is the medium. To communicate ideas is one thing, but to communicate your feelings is another. Definitely, like the metaphors we have, the language we have to talk about feelings is sparse. Um, it's considered art. It's just literally what our art is about. Um, using language to convey feelings is an art form through and through. Um, yeah, it's definitely about participation. It's like I wouldn't expect you to be able to tell me through communication your feelings, but I would imagine that there'd be a potential for you to create a situation, a network of stimulus, whether it be through different forms of art, through different modes of expression, that I could get a sense of your feelings through these collections of modes. So like a piece of music, a poem, a little voicemail that you leave me that is nothing but language, nothing but communicating ideas and concepts and conversation, but pairing those words with this mood, with this artistic instigation, these abstractions, this kind of constellation of energies starts pointing towards my ability to have an emotion at all. Not saying that that will be your emotion, but the fact that you curated a situation in which I could have an emotion would lead me closer to a resonance, at the least, with participating in your emotional space. So that's part of what I'm doing here. When I'm Monday through Thursday, when I'm sharing a stream of the music I'm listening to and the book I'm reading and the quote of the day that might have been on my mind that morning, or like a couple movies I've seen recently, it's not some like dick weighing competition of look at the stuff that I'm doing. That'd be ridiculous. And that's just, I mean, and you know me personally, because I know you and you know me. That's just not how I feel. These things matter to me. These things are my world. These things are my constellation. These things are what inspire me to wake up every day and go outside. These things are how I feel. And to say, if you were to take the time and you had the energy and the time to engage in that constellation of energy, I'm sure you would agree you would start getting a sense for how I feel. And that is communicating feelings. But yeah, it is a world. I would definitely agree when you said it's a whole world. Yeah. We both know the dick. Yeah, we do both know the results there. That is hilarious. Good call. But yeah, I don't know. Like, does that? So, but then that leads me to why we're here sharing. You know, that's like part of why this project is so important for me. Is that these feelings are what I want. These feelings are what I am giving this kind of value judgment towards primacy of feelings, even though it's concepts and ideas and conversation that are like on the page. Those are serving this like emotion, this love, this passion, this in certain kind of integrity, if you want to go that direction. Yeah, I and that's hard, you know, because like that's part of why I want to spend 8 hours every Friday engaging in something that people vote on, because then I have that 8 hours to like do research, get people's opinions about it, hear stories about how it's affected them, things they've done with it. I build a constellation around this body of like importance that then allows me to feel something from. I can learn about it all day, sure, and we can all learn stuff. Like, this project isn't about like this mass learning phenomenon of just like, watch this guy learn things on Friday. Like, that sounds miserable to me. And that's the last thing I want this to turn into. But it does have a lot to do with feeling other people, feeling the possibilities of what these different spaces have to offer. Yeah, I mean, you definitely hit it on the head there with the communication of thoughts versus feelings. I think that means a lot to what I'm trying to do. And I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah. I know there's a little bit of lag in the video, so your communication will come up a little later to me than or earlier. There's just lag, so I definitely am curious to hear any reactions you have to that little monologue I just went on. Yeah. Cool. Welcome back, human robot. Um, we just got done talking about the difference of communication between thoughts and feelings, and how like to communicate thoughts and ideas and concepts, it's this like there's a certain amount of like energy that goes into that, but to communicate feelings, I basically akin to a constellation of ideas and concepts of like art. Um, like we literally call pieces of art things that convey our emotions. So this kind of ways to communicate our emotions and our feelings has a lot to do with allowing for a constellation of energies to inform that feeling to someone. I kind of gave a really brief summary of what we just spent the past few minutes talking about. So if any of that's confusing to you, hit me up and let's go from there. Um, yeah. So, yeah, I think thinking of how to communicate feelings is really important to me in regards to sharing, because like I think a lot of what we end up sharing and what I'm talking about with this sharing has a lot to do with how I feel in regards to excitement, in regards to naivety and confusion. Um, um, yeah, okay. Well, I'll stop talking for a second. I see. Well, the how is definitely the part that gets to me. What do you mean? What do you mean by the how is the part that gets to you? Lots of miscommunication has resulted in many setbacks. Yeah. Hmm. Are we getting back to your like the earlier question you had about that kind of like business transaction you had to deal with? Um, that I mean, just seems to recall that idea that you were talking about. Um, can't talk facts to someone that's emotional, and you shouldn't have to. Yeah, I think that's important. I like that you say that they can't talk facts to someone that's emotional, but I mean I don't know if my stance is surprising or not, in that I think facts are a little overrated sometimes. Yeah, it's very different dialogue. Yeah, exactly. Um, I think the dialogue of the emotions ends up being almost for me in a lot of ways a lot more valuable. You know, it's kind of like it might take more time. It takes more resources and energy, maybe. Like these are all things that I'm talking about in regards to like sharing being a difficult ritual. Because like, who has the time? Who has the energy? Who has the ability to sift through someone's emotional landscape to like plant the facts that are necessary? You know, like you can't just throw all the facts on the side of the road and expect them to just plant themselves on a piece of pavement. Um, you gotta go through. You gotta curate. You gotta find the soil that's rich and nourished and ready, and you have to like place a piece of information where it can be used, and to just bludgeon someone with facts doesn't do much. Uh, yeah. Have a good day, buddy. Send me an email with your desire, and we will see if the community speaks of your tabletop monk simulator. Love you, buddy. So yeah, definitely back to you, human robot. Your thoughts on like this kind of landscape of how do you kind of curate, allow for, help with. Guys tend to talk about things, women tend to talk about people. Both are crucial, but so different dynamically. You'll find a few that talk about concepts. Okay. Do you think the concepts link the things and the people? Are you like saying that that's like a larger category that embodies, or like, or are you saying that concepts is a part of the triangle? Um, yeah. Yeah, because I'd be interested to hear more about how you feel about, because if we're talking about what we find important to share and guys or things and women, people, um, huh. So you think rarely I'd speak to people who talk about nothing but comics? Did you mean comics or concepts? Dynamics are very different there. Oh, comics. Okay. He's sharing a lot of info, but not open for business in the listening side. He has to send a lot of general knowledge my way. Yeah. So how do you enter a space? I think that's a space that you're naive about. That's that like what that makes me think about. Like if someone's trying to share something with you and you clearly have no idea what they're going on about. There's like it's a double responsibility. It's your responsibility to let them know that you're not there, but also being willing to try and get there, but and then also instigating that it is then their responsibility to bring you along. And then again, that's another time, energy, resources question. We're back to that again. Like if you when you're talking to someone that's emotional and you want to give them facts, time and energy and resources is how you do that. But then in this naive space, there's time, energy, and resources to like play the game. And I mean, yeah, I mean, you have to speak their language, but like they also have to speak yours, kind of. And there's this. I wore this special shirt today. You can see it. It says "Love is give and take." Um, I was gonna save that for later, but it seems to be appropriate right now. I love this shirt. So I'd have to cheat when I have almost no idea what they're talking about and find a general type of rapport that doesn't require small talk. Huh. Yeah, yeah. And like, but you're putting a lot of responsibility on yourself. And I'm curious about that for sure. Like, because it seems like you feel like you're the responsible one. Like you have to control the space. That you have to just let them go off and be like a loose cannon, and that you have to kind of like maneuver and wrangle and ninja your way through their booby traps. And that's like, I mean, I definitely sympathize in a lot of ways. I hear you, in like an emotional resonance. I feel that. But what do you think it would mean to change the responsibility a bit? to where you then like made them a part of that struggle rather than it just being your struggle. Maybe that's the wrong thing to do. Maybe I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. I'm just curious about what that struggle could become. Maybe that just circles around to the whole conflict is not abuse thing. Creating conflict with them of like, look, I don't get it. I'm trying to, but I don't get it. You've got to help me out. It creates a sort of conflict. It creates this kind of standstill. It's awkward. It's not fluid. It does have a clunky kind of like reset attitude. But maybe your earnesty in that. It's hard, man. Sometimes I didn't pay attention. I missed bits that were. Yeah, of course. And that's like, isn't that just like you have to be willing to be wrong, I guess. Hell, sometimes when they talk to me, I have music stuck in my head. Yeah, like you're somewhere else, which is fine. How can they expect you to be with them all the time? And that's like a durational thing. They're spilling their guts, but my head is playing Boney M. Gosh, that's so funny. Yeah, no, like you really should read that Bachelard book, The Dialectic of Duration. I'll just put it right here in the chat again in case you missed it earlier. He talks about like he talks about temporal superimpositions. And so he talks about different streams of time. He talks about how different streams of time create multiplicity. And within that multiplicity of streams of time, you have like lacuna, which are like empty void spaces. And then you have these conflicts, you have these lacunas, you have all these kinds of things in these temporal impositions. And I feel like what it feels like, just because I read that book yesterday, what I'm getting from what you're saying has a lot to do with these like temporal impositions. You're in this place of chilling and got Boney M in your head and you've got all this going on. But they're like having this like moment, you know? And like, it's okay. I think it's weird to think, to me, to think that we all have to be on the same page all the time. Like, it's weird that it would be hard to confess, I'm not with you right now. It's just not where I am. And I'm able to admit that. I think there then becomes like a level of weakness where you're like, can say, let me try. Kind of like, I've got Boney M in my head, whatever, let me try to like come to you a little bit, but you also gotta like maybe tone it down a bit and come towards me. We play give and take. We try and find where we can like help you get what you're trying to spill your guts out and also like not kill my vibe. Yeah. That's a hard question, really hard question. It's a lovely and delicate rub, you know, but I don't think it's a bad thing that we have these kinds of temporal shifts, these kinds of layers of impositions that are just different. Communicating that's hard for sure. I think because then we're getting back to sharing, we're getting back to communication, we're getting back to like opening ourselves up to this vulnerable kind of energy. Just saying who we are in these kind of like moments, like what we're inhabiting. Yeah, that's wild. I have to pee. I just have to go to the bathroom, but I'll be right back. Philosophy. All right. Heard that. Yeah, I don't know if you have anything to say about all of that I just said. Yeah. I feel like I said a lot just then. Yeah, you heading out? If so, have a good one. It's been really great talking and chatting with you. Be down to see you again. I'll be open for conversation every Friday this time, and throughout the week you'll just kind of find me at random times. If you pop up in the chat and you say hey, Monday through Thursday, I'll probably stop what I'm doing if I see it and chat for a bit if you've got any ideas or want to share. Thanks for sharing this stuff with me though. I really appreciate it. I'll definitely check out a lot of it. And your email did not come through. That's all I know. I do not have your email, which is sad. But you'll find me again. Yeah, it was good to meet you for sure. Cool. Definitely good to meet you. Give me a lot of really good thoughts. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Whew. We've had a pretty good couple hours talking about sharing here. A lot of things have been thrown on the table. I've thrown them onto this piece of paper here. Here we are. We're sharing. This is what it looks like right now. This is my brain on sharing. My brain on sharing looks like circles and diamonds and hearts and lines and all kinds of stuff. But that's where we're at. I'm just taking down your ideas, your thoughts, instigating my own from them. Learning from you. With you. Through you. All right. Cool. Now that Human Robot has chilled out for the day, I need another lurker to step up to the plate and hang with me for a bit. Again, if you don't feel comfortable chatting on Twitch for whatever reason, shoot me an email, shareanelement@gmail.com. I would love to hear from you. Tell me what you think about sharing. Tell me things that are meaningful to you in regards to sharing. Tell me difficulties you faced in trying to share and learning how to share and what it could mean and what people have told you it means. That's a tricky one. Yeah. So I think we're just spending the last few minutes kind of going over what I've gotten today so far in the first 3.5 hours that we've been here. And I think what I can say is things that stick out. Creation and curation in regards to sharing. Those words seem really important. What we're creating and how we curate that seems to be kind of a struggle that I've been facing all morning with people talking about sharing, their issues with sharing, their abilities to do it at all. It talks about creation and curation a lot, and none of this is meant to distill these very rich experiences. I'm just kind of trying to give a summary and overview for people who are just floating in and out. And then it also gets into communication. It gets into, obviously, but it gets into communication of thoughts and communications of feelings, the difference between the two. One person brought up that distinction pretty readily, like what's the difference between communicating thoughts and communicating feelings, and how do we share that? And thoughts and ideas and concepts, you can communicate them in pretty direct ways. You know, we have a lot of tools in culture and society through our language that allows us to communicate these kinds of general thoughts. Varying degrees of specificity based on like what you know, how well you're engaged in a certain cultural context with the person you're sharing with, these kinds of things. These are all difficult, like, well, just rich possibilities in that exchange. But then communicating our feelings, sharing how we feel. Now that's a doozy. It's a really lovely one. I think what I got out of that, what I kind of came up with in the moment, that our feelings are instigated in communication by a constellation, a network of energy. Because I mean, we tend to call the ability to communicate feelings art, right? It's literally an art form to communicate one's feelings, whether through sound, through visual stimulus, through the use of time in a film, through the use of literally using language to convey emotions, but that's through situations, through like certain contexts of energies being superimposed on one another. He loves her, but she loves him, and then you get feelings because of this, like these groups of systems and how those systems mix together. Systems of love and relationships and monogamy and systems of male and female, and then these kinds of systems come to bad heads with each other, and that creates this mixture, and this mixture is then its own system, and then we just get all that, and then that starts relegating ways we can feel. And so I think what I came up with that I would like to share for anybody who's here and wants to say anything. The ability to communicate our feelings comes at there's an expensive energy. There is this curation. There's this curation of a set of elements, a set of stars, a piece of music that really speaks to you, a poem that you wrote or that someone wrote that really captures how you feel. You can't give a poem that really means a lot to you and just give that poem to someone else and expect them to feel what you felt. The one-to-one relationship so often will not happen. But this early thought is that a piece of music plus a piece of poetry plus this plus that, you give someone 5 or 6 different instigations of how to tap into your feelings, and somewhere in that constellation, if they take the energy and they take the time to really absorb what you're offering, if if there's a circumstance, if there's a curation provided by you that they can receive, then you're allowing for a creation of a communication of your feelings. And that's really lovely. I really like that idea. So I'm looking for constellations. I'm looking for ways in which I could receive sleep. Apparently, no. Your messages, your divinations, ways I can organize them around myself and be caught up in this energy. And yeah. And sometimes that requires you to enter with a bit of repose, with a bit of naivety, with a bit of primacy towards the other person. You have to allow that the things they're bringing you aren't filtered through, I don't like that, aren't filtered through, that's not who I am. Yeah. I read once that hundreds of different versions of you exist among the minds of all the people you have met. Each person is taken in what you have given differently. Yes. Yes. And that's exactly why on my Patreon that I have that I wanted to put videos of other people talking about me. Because sorry, I had to write something down. For some reason I couldn't think while doing it, let alone speak. Yeah, and I find that if you go and check out those videos on Patreon, they're all different. Every one of, all four of them really speak of me in a different way. They all see me in a different light. They all have a different experience of me. We've all shared different things, of course, but somewhere in that constellation, you start to get a sense of, you start to get a feeling for maybe how you would receive me. You start to get a feeling for like what that reception could be like. And not that it's tainting you. One of them would taint you, I think. Just watching one of them may give you a certain expectation, a certain frame. But 3 or 4 that contradict each other, that they kind of create this web of energy, it may need more than 4. It may need 15, you know? Maybe 4 is not enough. But when you start to create this constellation of these impressions, you do start to get more of a sense of these intangible things like identity, like our feelings. And I think sharing is a really valuable part in that. It's because we're asking how do we relegate expressing these identities? How do we allow for learning to happen this way? And that's pretty wild. Yeah, so thank you for that instigation, Cadella Cribs. Yeah, I agree. Oh, Cadillac Cribs. Very clever elision there. Yeah, I didn't register that at all. But yeah, I'm with you now, Cadillac Cribs. What's up? So talk to me about sharing. What do you feel about sharing, Cadillac? Um, what what has prompted you to want to share? What situations have you been in where you didn't like being shared with? Yeah, like what's your relationship to sharing? What does it mean to you? Um, yeah, hit me up. Let me know. I've had a couple good talks this morning with people about what they think sharing is and how it's changed and experienced and affected their lives. But it's time for some Cadillac sharing. Knowledge is power. All right. Tell me more. So sharing gives you knowledge, which leads you to power. The more than you know, the more power you have. Okay. Yeah, no, it is. If you'd prefer to send it in an email, um, you can throw me an email at sharingelement@gmail.com. And you can make a little video. You can just like podcast it, whatever. But if you want to just try and do it in the chat, I'm here. I'm here. I've got the next 4 hours, my friend. I'm interested to know how you feel, what you think. Right now we're chilling, waiting on our buddy Cadillac to tell us how he feels. We got time. If anybody else wants to talk about how they feel while we're waiting for Cadillac, hit me up. We can we can we can we can tango with multiple perspectives. Oh, you just want to know about my experience? Yeah, sure. I can talk about my experience. No worries. I haven't been on the last few days. How has this experience been for you? How is it the same or different from what you expected? Sorry. Um, I think in general, nothing crazy. I'm literally just sitting at my desk, doing what I'd be doing, reading the books I want to read, writing the music I want to write, listening to the music I want to listen to, and just having a laptop sit next to me and letting it stream. Like, it's nothing crazy to think there. Like, I think some people are curious about my marathoning abilities. Like, this is some kind of like athletic feat that I'm able to sit here and do what I love for 8 hours a day. Because some people realize that what they love isn't something they want to stare at for 8 hours a day. What they're passionate about is something they want to have in these spurts and these bouts of excitement. And that's not what this is for me. This is what I did yesterday. I literally spent all of yesterday writing this, and it's nothing but I was reading this book called Dialectic of Duration by Gaston Bachelard. French thinker, wrote this book in the 1930s about time and duration and how we engage with it. And I read most of it yesterday. I loved it. It's really rich and resonating, but we're not here to talk about it, so I'm just going to put a parenthesis there and say, I've got a lot to say about it. Moving on. As far as today, today's been weird. I had someone attack me this morning. First thing on the chat, within the first 30 minutes, there was somebody being really aggressive, and I didn't know how to deal with it. And they didn't want to talk about it. They like very quickly threw out a couple instigations, and I tried to ask them to come in, like, come on, let's talk about it. Whatever, you got something going on, let's talk about it. And they left. They just left. Left it hanging in this very aggressive space, and I was like, wow, that was wild. That was first thing this morning. I was a little like beat up about it for a second. I was like honestly a bit upset because I don't know who this person is. I don't know if it was like a troll. I don't know if it was someone I know. I don't know anything about, because like the project's so small right now that I don't know who would be here that I don't know, honestly, in a lot of ways. But then I met this guy about named Human Robot. He came on the chat for a good like 2-3 hours, and he just talked to me about sharing and like how he feels and what he thinks. And it's like the engaging with him was great. Oh no. To participate in the poll, as far as like to send me to be a part of the email chain in which gets to tell me what to pick, they have to be members, they have to be patrons. But the people who can watch me on Twitch is available for the whole world. I'm not limiting who can see me on Twitch. It just only the people who support on Patreon get to provide what the days of sharing will be about. Today's been a bit strange though, because I'm like a week, but it's like a week behind all the topics people are submitting. People's topics will be they're put up to vote right now, and those will start next week. Me focusing on a very particular topic. That's why today is just this general day of sharing, because I just want to talk about, if I'm gonna sit here and share and talk and try to engage in this practice of sharing, I want to just create a little bit of backbone of what it's about to people, not like what it's about QED, de facto, always and forever, but just what people are giving me. And I'm getting a lot of interesting things today. Yeah, a lot of interesting insights about what people think sharing is. But yeah, I don't feel any pressure yet. I don't feel that it's draining. This feels a bit pressure, this kind of sitting in front of a camera and talking like this. This isn't what I've been doing the past 4 days. What I've been doing the past 4 days was doing my work, kind of sitting here, letting the camera just be silently on me for the stream, and that's been fine. That's been chill. But today's intense. I really have to meet people where they are, and I really have to like engage with people. Like I met a stranger, 1.5 strangers. One stranger that was very forthcoming and gave me a lot of ideas and shared a lot of himself. And then I had another stranger that attacked me, that also shared a lot of themselves and left me not knowing what to do with it. Yeah. I think that's the biggest thing that left me with fear, is that I don't know what to do with all the energy that was thrown at me. But yeah. I'm playing with my hair by accident, you know? Like I'm just sitting here on camera and accidentally touching my head occasionally, and I'm realizing that the more I like see myself on my stream, that I've like have this tick that when I'm just sitting places I touch my hair. So I'll just like, hey, how are you? I appreciate your encouragement and enthusiasm in regards to my locks. Um, yeah. I Do you want to hear what I've got so far in regards to sharing? Um, your wife wants to know what I do to it. Deva Curl. This is a Deva Curl announcement. Welcome to Deva Curl. DEVA Curl. Deva Curl. We are the best for your curls.com. Yeah, no, I only shampoo my hair once a week. Um, and I condition it every day, and I do a matcha butter treatment to it once a month. Um, yeah, and I don't towel dry it, I air dry it. So it's condition, cold water, like hot water to start, and then I cold water the hair to rinse out the conditioner, and then I just air dry it, and I don't use a towel in it. It's kind of like get the water droplets off my face, and then just let myself air dry, and that's what we get. That's my segment. Deva Curl products. They're great. A little expensive, but I don't use a lot at one time, and it lasts me a while. So yeah. Back to sharing. There is a fear of not knowing who that person will be to you months or years from now. The person you're closest with could grow to hate or resent for some reason. Um, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a fear of not knowing, for sure. If you have shared much of yourself with them, then they may share the knowledge. Yeah, there's a disclosure, for sure. Um, hmm. I'm just kind of reading and seeing if you're going to say more. I'm not being silent on purpose. Just don't want to like bullhead into a conversation. Hey Matula, welcome back. We're talking about sharing with Cadillac Cribs. They said back to sharing. There's a fear of not knowing who that person will be to you months or years from now. The person you're closest with could grow to hate or resent you. If you have shared much of yourself with them, they may share that knowledge. My wife jokes that if we ever got divorced, she would be nervous over everything I know. Oh, yeah. Sharing is vulnerable. Sharing, and like I don't just say that as some like truism to just be like, yeah, sharing's scary. Sharing is daring. Yeah. Because it sure as hell is sometimes not that caring, right? Um, like the yeah, I don't know how to deal with time. You know, it's an interesting question. Um, like the intervals in which we engage in trust and sharing through that trust, and like when those intervals no longer are applicable to a circumstance. We make a connection. Through that connection, we curate a certain context, and that allows us to communicate through our thoughts and feelings through a certain network of energy. And then if there's a disconnect, there's this kind of like rupture, there's this going of separate ways at some point, then what you're saying is that history is this kind of like burden almost. Like history becomes this limiting factor, that because you fear the possibility of history, your current self doesn't allow, of history, it'll be history in the future, your current self doesn't allow a future to manifest which could allow for that history. And that's a lot of fear. That's like there's a lot going on there. I can't say I have that fear, and I'd love to hear more about it. I don't have many skeletons in my closet. I don't live a life that would promote me to have to protect something. And I don't know whether that's a good thing or not. I don't know if this transparency on my part is some venerable trait. That's definitely not something I feel. I don't feel that it's honorable that I'm that way. It just seems to be the case that I don't have this fear of my complete openness being shared is some kind of instigator that creates fear, that could possibly be like, oh, what if they tell someone, or like, what if someone else knows? No, that's super like, and I can see that it would be a real fear, that it'd be pretty palpable. Wow. Yeah, I would love to hear more about it. I'd love to hear what your wife has to say, or you, or little AJ, whoever's here. Hit me up. Yeah, that's. Because then we're talking about something we were talking about earlier, where parasitic relationships, and Matula will know about this. Him and I have been reading this guy named Michel Serres, who has a book called The Parasite, and I'll just write it here in the comments so you guys can get a sense of it. That he talks about parasitic relationships and how like one thing leeches off another. And so in this situation, I want to like relate it to this parasite of this kind of like, your wife's told you things and you know things about her, and then if there's a divorce in the future or something, then like you're kind of parasiting off of her. You're kind of this thing that can drain her of her life force. You're this thing that can like use her for what she's worth, because clearly if you're going to like divulge information, it'll be for the sake of some pleasure that you'd get out of it. You'd get some there'd be some desire there for you to feel her defamation in a way, which is all like really wild for me to think about. Like I couldn't imagine doing that to someone. Wow. Like the kind of person it takes to want to like feel good defaming someone that isn't necessarily a bad person. There's just a lot of energy wrapped up in that, because they could be defaming someone towards a positive end. Like, all this is really complicated, right? For all I know, your wife she kills people, for all I know, and you know about it. It would be good if you told people, maybe not. Maybe her killing people is a good thing. I see. This is really complicated. Okay, but back to the parasite thing. He talks about. He uses one really lovely instigation, where he talks about. Yeah, I've heard of gossip, unless you're meaning like a specific thing called gossip. But I think I understand gossip as far as but the idea of gossip has its own kind of implications of like what it does, who it does it to, what do the people get out of who it does it to, and it still becomes about this like intervals of time that instigate a certain history that have certain repercussions, and like that's anyways. Tell me more. I have heard about gossip, but if you have things to say about it, hit me. Um, Thinking about this parasitic relationship, there's one, he gives a lot of different images for it, but one of the images he gives is a man who's trying to sleep in his house and a bunch of mice who are, there's a bunch of mice who are like kind of eating the crumbs of his dinner from that night. And them eating the crumbs and scraping around wake him up, but then him coming out of his room disturbs their feast. Then it becomes a matter of perspective, but it's not just a game of perspective because there's clearly some relationship of who has the rights to something and who doesn't in that circumstance. But then we're getting to levels of pictures, like what's important and what's not. I wonder if there are studies concerning gossip and endorphins. I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. I have no idea, but I feel like that has to be. Has to be out there. So, I mean, are you just trying to say, like, certain risks in sharing are just based out of pure excitement? Just pure, like, residual, like, manifestations of, like, euphoria? Don't tell me how you feel, because I'm gonna make me feel good later. Wow, these are some perspectives. Yeah, no, tell me. I mean, I'm like laughing because it's like wild to me, but I think you're not like, I don't think you're a joke. I don't think this is a joke. No, yeah. What do you mean? The release of knowledge gossip can trigger a release of endorphins, excitement. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no. Sorry, I thought I understood that. Um, yeah. Like hmm. So we're talking that there's a fear of sharing because of a perceived compass of morality that can be entirely predicated on shallow self-satisfaction. So to prevent all these possible layers of what's been viewed as like tragic, maybe if you want to even go that far, to give it that kind of variable, you've learned through a history that you've had that kind of tragedy can happen, and there's a desire to be a little more close to the chest due to the understanding of that history to not allow for it to be your future. Self-satisfaction, a very basic element of human nature. I don't know. I'm not willing to go that far. I'm not here to like negate you. I know that you're on a text box and I'm like a spoken word, so there's like this weird power dynamic existing in just us conversing like this. But I would be reluctant to so quickly jump that self-satisfaction is some basic element of human nature. And that's not because I'm like trying to say that humans are good. I'm not saying like, but people are nice. Of course, I'm not trying to say that either. I think any kind of leap in this structural direction, I'm not sure how it leads to us talking about our experiences, I guess. That would be my question. It's like, how would you relate this thing you've observed as self-satisfaction being this kind of basic element of human nature? How would you relate that to your experiences with other people? And you're saying that it's led you to fear. It's led you to kind of tribalism. It's led you to like segregate and separate and hold some things close to you. that you don't want others to have because the other is a self-satisfying monster that will destroy anything in its path in order to self-satisfy. And like, I also don't think that humans are some like wistful balls of joy. Yeah, no, tell me more. I'd love to hear more about what you're saying here. It's interesting to me. I have to go to get ready for vacation. Okay. Well, I was looking forward to talking more. Yeah, definitely. We'll definitely talk more. I'll be doing this every Friday, but I'm also here Monday through Thursday. If you show up in the chat, say something. Um, I'll do my best to reach out back to you quickly. I'll be in the middle of working too, so I might miss it just being in my own zone, but definitely good chatting with you. And we'll talk more soon. This has been really interesting. Thank you. See you, buddy. Yeah, so we got to sharing having a lot to do with fear. Yeah, it's a dark place to go to, but that's it's part of why we're here, I guess. Um, Sharing having a lot to do with being afraid of vulnerability, being afraid of I guess that just it depends on what you're sharing, right? Of course, there's these vulnerabilities and lots of things we can do, manifest, become. Um, my friend Dan is going to be here in a little while. He's coming to visit me, um, and he's going to bring some pizza. So him and I are going to share some pizza. We're going to share some webcam time and share some energy and share some space, and we're just going to have a good old hang, you know. I would really love to hear more of what anybody thinks about any of this. Got a lot of interesting instigations today, which I appreciate a lot. I'm glad to have been here for them. Um, Shout out to Human Robot. He's not here anymore, but he was a warrior that held up the trenches for a good couple hours. Shared with me a lot of interesting things. He makes video games, and he made a new video game that he sent me an email of it so I can test play it for him. Pretty interested to see what he's got going on. I don't play a lot of video games anymore, but I'll take the time to play this for sure. Yeah, so I'm just here now, chilling with all you. How's everybody doing out there? We went from how to create a space for it to what we share. Yeah. So thinking a bit about how we go about creating spaces for sharing, how we can curate the way we give that sharing, how can we receive it, those communications, what it is those things are, and then how time goes by, you know, how people change, how information is no longer meaningful, how a certain, just the need for repetition, the need for a consistency of sharing within a certain space to maintain the value of it. Sharing means it's a practice. It is a practice. I'm really interested to hear what anyone has to say. I've got one viewer lurking right now. You're killing it. I appreciate you being here with me. If you don't feel comfortable talking on the chat, email me at the email over there. And I'll happily take on any instigations, requests, intrigues, questions, topical experiments, book reading, videos that you would like to share. Yeah. Alrighty then. That's what broke the silence. Yeah. Hello, my two viewers. I want to know what it means to share. I'm sitting here for 8 hours today. Started at 9 a.m. I'm here till 5. Just talking about what it means to share with people, what it can mean to share, who we share with, how, why, what it does. Yeah, so we're here. We're doing that. We while I sit here, hang out, kind of making a little mind map about a little mind map of sharing. Just thinking through what it can mean. What I've gotten today from people, what people have said about their experience with sharing. Yeah, so I'm here for that. And I'd love to hear what you think. It's kind of what I'm here for today. Had a couple really good conversations with people about what they think about sharing, what they've gotten from sharing, why they don't share. Yeah, giving me a lot to think about. Sorry I'm being so quiet here and there. For anybody who's looking for a little more pizzazz from me, it's in there somewhere. It's just not coming out right now. Got a lot to think about here. I don't have much to say right now. Kind of just hanging out here with you. Anybody who's here. Um, talking about sharing. What does it mean to share is our little thing of the day. Clearly it's the day of sharing. Eight days a week, I love you. It's a reference. Yeah. The dictionary definition of sharing is something along the lines of have a portion of with another or others. Have a portion of. That's like wild for me to think about because that's not the talk we've had today. It's not about having a portion of something. It's at least it doesn't seem that way. It seems to be a lot about it's not object centered. It's not about this kind of portion, the sense between two poles that you both divvy up that kind of central thing. It's kind of been more about this arrow that's connecting the two, and it's more like a rope rather than a pie that you take half of. People are talking more in regards to like a rope that they're pulling, and that part of the meaningful connection of that is to build muscle. It's a strength. It's yeah, it's there's this kinetic activity that's occurring. There's this pulling of the rope, and you don't necessarily get anything out of it other than how hard the other person's pulling. The rope seems to be an important way to look at this, maybe an easy way to look at what I'm trying to refer to as sharing. Makes me think of tug of war. Makes me think of like playing with your dog. Makes me think of just like I just don't think it's necessarily about having something. I don't know. Sharing as an act of an act of taking part in. Yeah. kind of just waiting around for my buddy Dan at this point. He's gonna show up with some pizza here in a little while, and he's visiting me from out of town. Um, yeah, looking forward to him being here. Really excited for him to be here, actually. He's great. One of the inspirations for this project, for sure. I've gotten a lot of interesting, like just really thoughtful kind of points of departure today for sharing and what people think about it. I've got to think about it for sure. I've got to take time to see what I can manifest out of all this really lovely instigation that everyone's offered me today. I can't say I know what it means to share. I've been sitting here for 7 hours. 6. Yeah, 6 hours. And I can't say that I know. Not that I was looking to know today. I'm just definitely hungry for pizza, but also just to hear more from people. What people have to say, how people feel about all of this. I'm convinced sharing doesn't happen in a vacuum. I can say that much. Not to say I didn't already know that before starting today, but yeah. Daniel is calling me. Hey buddy, what's up?
Hey, it's me. I'm at 123.
Oh man, okay, I'm gonna come get you. I'm gonna go get Dan. I'll be back.
now.
Yeah, of course. 8 hours. Dan brought pizza. Hey, everybody.
I've made it.
This is what we received today about sharing. Then you can look at what I've learned. You can take over.
Got maps.
I took over for a second.
Wait, has anyone seen this?
Maybe. You can show them.
Have you guys seen this? Look. This is your day. I mean, this is AJ's day. Like 15 minutes of your day.
To drop in the
That's pretty cool.
proverbial bucket.
Burden. Recipient giver. Have there been a bunch of chats going on since?
There was 2 really good ones. This guy named Human Robot said a lot of good shit.
Okay, we've got 2 people watching right now.
Yeah.
One of them is you.
Is it?
So there's one other person.
No, that's not me.
No, I mean there's 2 people watching, so.
No, but I'm signed in, so that's not me.
Oh, so that's. Fran?
It's probably a little AJ.
Ooh. Is anyone there? Hi world.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Hi
useless.
Twitch.
They don't speak.
I exist.
These are my
Whoa, so many maps.
Yeah. We can look at those later. Those aren't right now.
Those aren't for sharing?
Yeah, those aren't. I mean, this isn't about sharing me right now.
Oh, that's true. It's about sharing pizza.
About sharing Dan. We
Oh,
can
this
talk
place is
about-
really nice.
Yeah, check it out.
I love this.
Yeah, take your time.
Do I get a mason jar?
I don't know if there's another one, honestly.
Milk jug? Tap water good?
Yeah, it's fine. You can have a bigger cup than that, buddy. There's mason jars up here.
Oh.
There's a milk jug.
Milk
I'm gonna go pee and then we can hang. Great. Not until then. Not a moment too soon. I've been very strict with my streaming, but it just got real chaotic real fast just now.
Did it?
Yeah, I was like,
Oh, just like our chaos?
you coming in and us chatting away.
Oh, there goes AJ to pee.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I mean, the human robot guy was interesting. He makes video games. He sent me a WeTransfer email of his new video game. He wants me to play it later.
Oh, you don't know who this is?
No, I have no idea.
This is Internet Man.
Yeah, he was an internet man. He was like a genuine stranger. He talked to me for like 2.5 hours. Just about sharing his thoughts about it. The whole map there that's outlined his name is, yeah, all this is human robot.
All of
this.
above or below?
Just below.
Okay.
All this below here.
I saw this part.
Yeah,
Cattle Hayuk.
Yeah, that was
I-
all him. Did you
copied
see the
the,
person who attacked me this morning?
No.
A person was like, they were like, this was their argument. They said, motivation leads to innovation, which leads to progress. And do humans deserve progress? Maybe I'm too self-centered, but I don't think so.
What?
Yeah.
Humans don't deserve progress.
And the question I asked is I laughed and I was like, you're saying progress like progress is a good thing we should strive for.
This is the same kind of conversations we've had in the past.
Yeah. And they got really mad.
But less aggressive, I guess.
They got so mad. They just left.
Mm.
Yeah, he's good.
Pizza. We're doing it.
Oh,
Make your dreams come true.
What are you doing,
Live your
Dad?
best life. What?
We're supposed to be showing the active stream.
Oh, I couldn't see comments.
Comments are here. Oh,
Is that
hey!
how you do that?
Huh?
Holy shit, it's Morgan.
Yeah, that's how I do that.
Cheers. On stream.
Welcome to mine and Fran's place.
I'm brushing my teeth. I love that.
Tell us more.
Tell us about your dad.
What? Day or dad?
Dad.
Okay.
There's context here. I promise.
How's your flight?
It was good.
How are you?
I'm well. I had a chat with a guy who wants to build an Airbnb empire in the Dominican Republic.
Oh God, I watched him on Netflix. Hold on, gotta spit my toothpaste. Airbnb Empire of the Dominican Republic?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about it.
This pizza's great. I need a napkin.
We don't do napkins here.
We'll do some way of cleaning our faces. We must. You know what's crazy?
What?
That's fine.
That will be fine.
This place smells like your old place in Tallahassee, where we made cinnamon rolls.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I'm into that.
Oh, she's still spitting toothpaste. Oh, I gotta take my backpack off.
No.
First things first. Priorities.
Oh.
This is a lovely couch.
Thank you. Welcome to our tree. You've seen the tree.
Mm-hmm. I've seen the tree.
You've streamed the tree.
Okay. So your dad's in a movie on Netflix.
Rodeo movie.
Holy shit.
Share us the link. Show all of our 2 viewers, including you.
Oh my god, this is so good.
Yeah. His July was also very impressive.
What did he do?
Just an extra.
Probably a badass extra.
He's so extra. Morgan, your dad's so extra. What? Right, rodeo.
Wait. The WNS? What's that?
The World National Rodeo.
Rodeo. Did you talk to him about this, or did he just tell you? I'm gonna let you finish that thought. Wait, I feel like he told me about this. You guys stream yourself. 1001 streams. ProjectWindmillStream.com.
1001element.com.
I feel like he was telling me about this when we were in New Mexico or something. I don't know.
Maybe he was talking about possibly being in it, then he told her about going through with it. And these possibilities just go in one ear and the other.
It was like a very early possibility.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. How is this bread so good?
Yeah, it's magical.
It's such like a skimpy pizza too.
What do you mean?
What the fuck did you say?
What do you mean? Different movies. A Church in Albuquerque. He loves being an extra.
Oh yeah.
He's been extra twice.
I just ate a BEC. And you were like, damn, I gotta brush my teeth.
What's BEC?
Bacon, egg, and cheese.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sure that I may be right.
I've got to possibly be right.
How do you feel about this so far?
Mass Effect Reapers. Yeehaw! Do you have any cowboy hats?
No.
Oh,
You're really changing my brand here.
I know. It could be different if you had a cowboy hat. AJ has stories. Look at this. He made this today.
This is what people told me today about sharing. To tell her about sharing, according to that. Tell her what you think. What does it mean to share? Dan, go.
What does it mean to share? I don't know. We were talking about something this morning that I was into, and I didn't want to get on my plane, but I had to. It was like, rubbing up.
Yeah.
The two interactions. Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah.
I know you can't read it. It's too small. Is it somewhere on here?
It looks like it is a board game. Sharing is a board game. You mentioned that.
Heard, not questioned. Oh, that was a response to. What was her name? Matula.
Uh-huh.
So, can you share without the intention of getting feedback on that sharing? You can't. Why can't you share things, Morgan?
You can share things.
You can definitely share things.
You just can't share photos. That's true.
Oh, that's true.
You can email me. I put an email. You can email photos to there, and we can talk about them.
His email's up and ready to go.
Email the photos.
Sharing element.
Email me.
AJ's post-millennial. He doesn't do texts.
What were you interested in about the rub?
Oh, no, I wasn't. We were just talking about the,
Wait, I'm gonna text. No!
What email? Oh, but it's probably not on our computer. That's the problem with email.
You can text to an email address.
What?
You can go to your messenger and text to an email address.
If you type in an email address
Mm-hmm.
and like send a text,
It'll go.
what?
Yeah. Yes! You can...
Wait, did you know this, Morgan?
You can make the text address an email.
Shoot me an email. Oh shit, you got a text.
What's your email?
Dan L. Bradley at outlook.com. Texting is easier. AJ's post-millennial. Did I get it?
Oh, nice.
Holy shit.
Yeehaw Junction. Thanks for the Yeehaw Junction, Morgan.
Yeehaw Junction.
I never do it, so I forgot. Now that's what I mean about sharing. I was talking about this to myself earlier when nobody was paying attention. That I think sharing is it's a consistent act. It's a practice, and when you don't do it, you forget. So she forgot. I looked at your text. It was
Yeehaw
Yeehaw
Junction.
Then discuss.
All right, what do you think about Yeehaw Junction?
I'm gonna eat some pizza. I thought it was a beautifully curated photo, to be honest. It was movement. It was nostalgia. It was The same as every other highway, but different. Because it was your highway.
It was Yeehaw Junction.
Yeehaw Junction Highway.
And what's so interesting is that you took a pretty clear picture, almost like you weren't moving that fast. Or your camera's just pretty good.
Good camera, QED.
There you go.
Good pizza.
This is damn good pizza. I wish I had some. Do you have like some flaky salt?
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah.
So,
Moldova!
fuck yeah.
Dan, I know how to live.
Yeah, you do. Dynamic interplay. You haven't connected enough of these though.
What?
Well-
Thank you, friend.
Sorry.
Sorry. Thank you, Morgan. Who else is here? It never works when I say talk to me, but talk to us. Good camera. Dan bought it.
I think she's talking about her.
Dan bought it.
No, there's tiny little grain salt. That's not any good.
No good. It's
Mm.
only good for pasta.
This is big fat salt. Great for pizza. Tell me about sharing, Morgan.
You're being aggressive, Dan.
You're on the spot.
Always.
Whatever you prefer.
The medium is important to sharing. I discovered that today too.
How are you saying how many people are watching?
Oh, wow.
2.
We had 3. We lost 1.
Oh, there's a huge lag. It's like a 2-minute lag.
Oh yeah. The lag is like ginormous.
Did you?
Big lag.
I can help you with that. You're not doing live. I guarantee you.
What? I'm not what?
You're not doing live streaming or like real time. I can guarantee it. Because it's horrible. I like staring.
Sharing.
Sharing. Oh. Low latency. Okay. How do we just get back to your stream?
Over there. No, you're there. What?
Here?
To the right. To the middle.
Here?
Yep. Back to Twitch.
It should be better now. You have to restart the stream first though, so you can do that later. Or now, whatever you want.
Later. That just means you gotta have longer ideas. You want this immediacy, and I'm talking about that different metabolism. You know what I'm saying?
It's true.
Short sentences make it hard for me to understand sharing.
That's true.
I'm just speaking that true. This is jam.
Yep.
You ate pizza.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
I'm not even that full.
Not even that full.
I don't want any more. But normally when you have a pizza, you feel horrible. No. Thank you though. Yeah, of course.
You're gonna get you. It's better now. I have short attention span. Identity is not solution. I'm a monster. I'm sorry.
You are a monster.
For real. So yeah, what we talked about today.
That's our past selves.
I refuse to watch that. Yeah,
I'm gonna take my jacket off.
Yeah, please. So when you think about sharing, Morgan, since you're the only human being here right now, what makes you want to do it? What makes you want to share, if anything? Do you like sharing? Do you not? Do you think all connecting is sharing? Or like vice versa? Is all sharing connecting? Yeah, okay. How have you, like, talk about you, maybe. Or maybe talk about ways you think that works. You know? Because, yeah, exactly, yeah, that's why I'm asking you.
So you're talking about sharing as an act of like social connection, more of a.
You can connect without words and just touch. Yeah? Is that sharing? Probably. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Is touch considered sharing? Yeah, it's like something I was thinking earlier is a mutual giving equal to sharing? And I don't think so. I don't think if, like, say, like, you give a gift and then someone decides they need to give a gift back or a thank you card because you gave them a gift. I don't think that's sharing. It's like these two arrows that are just happen to, like, cross each other out of necessity. Where sharing is like one single line that just happens to be pointing in both directions.
But don't you think that's also kind of a, I don't know, it kind of feels like you're adding your own critical view of, I don't know, cultural gift giving.
No, because I don't think that's a negative thing necessarily. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I want to think of it as a negative thing. I just think that's what happens. Like, you can give, and you can also give back, but that's not sharing. That's just like two acts of giving, which doesn't equal sharing. Not that it's a bad thing. It's just extra giving.
Right.
You connect with someone by giving them a hug, but that's not necessarily sharing. Yeah. So yeah, sharing thoughts and feelings. I wrote that here. Talk to me about that. Talk to me about sharing your thoughts and feelings. Like, I had a really interesting instigation about that earlier with someone. Because there's clearly a difference between the two. This is cool. I'm allowed to see that?
No.
Really? Oh, is it secret?
No, it's not a secret. I'll show you what I did today. I was reading about the thing, proactivity, as opposed to reactive.
Well, we got a job here, Dan.
We do have a job. Enough about.
Yeah. Morgan's thinking. You have to learn to be selfless here, Dan.
I know. It's not all about me. Fuck.
It's hard. What's the secret?
Oh, there's no secrets.
There's no secret. Yeah. No, it's cause like, if you're cause when you share, a lot of people want to deal with connections, and then connections have a lot more to do with feelings, right? Connections aren't as immediately fact oriented, because when you went to describe connections, you went to hugs, right? And so connection is a matter of feeling. It's a participation in like in a mood, in an emotional state. But like, how do we communicate feelings? Yeah. Because engaging in this form of sharing that I'm trying to do, it'd be very easy to start interpreting it as an act of learning, as an act of like information building, as an act of like regurgitation at best, maybe. Then when we get to like feelings, which is where sharing thoughts about the world can be to yeah, exactly. So like when we share thoughts about the world, how do we turn those thoughts into more than just regurgitations, more than just like mimicry, you know? And I think that ends up, those thoughts become feelings somewhere. If it's participatory. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is kind of, I know I've pushed it on you a few times.
bring it on.
I've talked about, having, potentially another stream going where someone else could set up their own stream, and then there could be like a back and forth, and there would be some way to invite anyone to do it. There's a lot of logistics behind that, but I guess what I have in my mind is, I don't know, when I was going through that section, there's a podcast AJ recommended to me called The History of Philosophy Without Any Gaps, and it goes through a section on like Socrates, and I guess not Socrates in particular, but I guess more so Plato later, had like this, school where people would just go and like talk about things, or Socrates would go into the market and just like argue with people, but it wasn't to argue. It was, he always claimed it was more for his own learning than to actually like convince anybody of anything. So I don't know, but I don't know. I feel like that's a form of sharing, but you definitely have to have that back and forth. Like, it's not just my ideas, here you go, and then you go, my ideas, here you go. It's like, what does it mean to be my ideas plus your ideas?
Yeah.
And what is like the new, piece that's found from that?
Yeah. Literally what university used to be. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because because the question I end up having is like the recipient and the giver. What's the like primacy of their relationship? Like, if I was to share something with Dan, does he take in my information as information of an other, and then like parse it through this filter of this belongs to the other, and I'm going to then like kind of discern it through this lens of coming from the other, and then he then gives back, and then I do the same thing, and then we end up just like creating two fabrications. So instead of having a mutual, we end up just having two separate interlockings. If that makes sense? You have Dan's version of Danaj, and you have AJ's version of Ajdan. And like all the same letters are being used, but the emphasis is being placed in a way that doesn't allow for a singular entity to engage with them. It becomes this, and I know we're speaking in really abstract terms, saying it that way, but I think people do that all the time. I think you go to share something you love with someone, and they're instantly bringing themselves to the table. They're instantly like, well, this is what I like, this is what I don't like, this is what I liked about this didn't really click with me, I don't really get that, blah, 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 blah. And they're so ready to like make an assessment about what the energy of that thing is. And we have to, in a way. Like, there's no getting away from that. But I think an awareness of that judgment, of that filter, can allow for a sense of possibly embodying an understanding of your giver in a way that allows you to possibly reinterpret that material, that like nourishment, as a way to redefine how you then can relate to that person, and then blah 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 blah. All that just starts happening. That's real hard. But that's, yeah, like, we're down to one viewer. It's Morgan.
But how can you have like one on its own, Venn diagram of Danaj? How can you not have it so that I see my version of us and you see your version of us having this interaction?
Welcome to the chat room.
Welcome to the chat room.
We got 3 viewers. Yeah, keep talking.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. So, yeah, is there really a way for us to both come to the same like filter of each other, like combination of each other's views? I think it always has to be my view of what I said and you said, and your view of what I said and you said.
Yeah, and I think what that ends up coming down to is it's about bridging the spectrum. Dinaj. Yeah. Your name's Den now.
Den. It is I, Den.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there isn't going to be this kind of utopian singular whole. Not gonna happen.
No.
No, but like, I think this striving towards taking these 2 units and fusing them as much as possible and leaving as little room for this difference is
Fuck yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
Do you like what you see? Yes, I think so. It looks like very cleverly done pixel art. Do you have a phone number? Yeah.
Well done, middle X was correct.
I think they did something.
Yeah. I'm not sure what they did on the phone, but it's coming through pretty clear on the computer.
Yeah, no, so, the reason, there's a striving, because like I think I had this conversation a little bit earlier. I'm not interested in like, oh yeah, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, oh yeah, we like
Striving.
you. Wait, so there's a striving because my dick's wrecked. My Dixie wrecked. Oh, I get it.
Oh shit! My dick is erect. You have an erect penis, gotcha.
This is Chat Roulette. Welcome.
I'm loving it.
But the question, because it's like over one end you have tribal kind of multiplicity, which is like kind of everyone has their own little world and they can all do their own little thing. And then over here you have like this hive mind, kind of like everyone doing the same thing, and we're all just like dead inside because we're just a hive mind. And so that that's the question that comes up, right? This kind of fusing to the point. Oh no, it was not a surprise. I was prepared. Getting to the point where you have this intersection, to where you're not like in this tribal separation, but you're not like striving for this hive mind either. Does that make sense?
You don't want multiplicity, but you don't want hive mind.
Yeah, because pure multiplicity, like I don't want pure, like purity is not what we're striving for regardless. And everyone wants to talk. It's hard to not talk in purity sometimes. And so like, this kind of. Okay, good. Ha 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 ha. Morgan's fun. It's hard to not talk about these extremes. And so like when we talk about Dan having his own collection of our experience and me having our own collection of our experience, that's very tribal. That's very like, this is mine, and we're just like, and not friends. We're like combative experiencers. And then if we were able to synthesize into one Venn diagram of like what us is, then like I don't even know. That's just like StarCraft
We're
is
just
proven.
cockroaches.
Yeah, StarCraft is proven that doesn't work. So then you get to this kind of striving, this balancing act. I got to earlier. I wrote here rope, not pie.
Rope, not pie.
Rope, not pie. That's
All right.
that's my slogan at the moment.
Let's unpack that for a
Yeah,
moment.
let's unpack some rope, not pie. So pie. The dictionary definition of sharing is have a portion of with another or others. Can we make a Venmo type? Give me money.
Give me all of your money in this diagram.
So like, the dictionary definition of sharing is have a portion of with another or others. And to me that sounds a lot like pie. Sounds a lot like, give me the piece of the pie, you get the piece of the pie, we share in the piece of the pie. You know? And like, I don't think that's how sharing works. I don't think sharing works like pieces of pie. I don't know why.
But you think it's more like a rope.
I think it's more like rope. I grab an end, you grab an end. We're both tugging, neither of which gets it, but we each get to experience each other's bodies going back and forth. We have a communication, we have a dialogue, we have an exchange, we have this, I mean, I'm very much romanticizing it, but we get this.
We're doing it. We're sharing, everyone.
We're sharing.
All right.
That's on my highlights.
That's a big moment. This is a big moment.
Yeah, but I don't know if that sounds crazy to all two people that are left in the stream, but I'm thinking rope, stop pie.
I think it's a better analogy than pie.
Yeah.
Even though pie seems more obvious how it's sharing, because you all get a slice.
Yeah, I got a slice of the pie, but then you all like, yeah, these pies going back and forth. Yeah, because I think pie is an exclusionary sharing. I'm not interested in the sharing of pie.
All I care about is my slice.
Yeah. Oh, you care about that's not sharing. That's just getting what you need.
I love where we've gone.
It's so blurry.
Because you put pizza grease all over it.
Why did I make a mistake?
Because you're a human.
Oh, damn it. Thought I gave up that job. You want another cookie?
No.
What?
We have a great
Yeah,
we have a great shirt that affirms AJ's philosophy.
Yeah, I know. I was inspired.
It's just a couple of dogs.
Love is give and take. Share the rope.
That's a cool shirt.
I know. I love it. I shared a photo with you to think about.
McDonald's in the city.
I don't want to just think about any random nonsense here. Oh, we do.
Focus!
I need a cookie.
I need a cookie. I need water.
See, where we get to is you just gave us a piece of pie with that photo.
It's true. And we can all take from it.
You're not interested in like engaging with me. You're just giving me you're not sharing a photo, you're giving me a photo. That's violence. Giving is violent. I can give you a bomb.
You're being really violent right now, Morgan.
Yeah, it's aggressive. It's a little aggressive.
Here's another piece of pie.
Piece of pie.
These are AJ's shoes. These are pretty cool shoes. Alright.
Giving it. Just giving it in. If it was a McDonald's in Harlem that was controversially torn down by Columbia University. All right.
Okay.
Tell us more about your experience.
No, please don't leave.
Yeah, Dan will be sad.
I guess AJ won't.
Of course I will be. I'm always sad. I'm just saying Dan will then be sad. What was controversial about it?
Well, she'll hear that in about 2 minutes. Until then.
I used to go to that McDonald's and it was important in the community. Okay. When did they tear it down? That sounds like a plan.
I think you were telling me about this, and Columbia's been doing this for a while, right? Buying up properties and, I don't know, changing the community. I mean, it's a university, but it's still definitely like gentrification, like any other.
Yeah, I saw all the graffiti on it.
Right.
I mean, are you talking about like what's important then?
Let's unpack that.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. It seems way too.
Yeah, they're replacing one community with another,
Yeah.
but they have the power, so.
Yeah, but just like well, I don't know. I don't know how they're going about doing that. I don't know like what kind of like evacuation stipends are being given. You know, kind of like get out of your house. Here's $100,000. You know, I
It's
don't know.
just in Columbia gives McDonald's evacuation stipend.
Exactly. I don't know. I doubt McDonald's really cares. It's clearly not the point. I think the more
Yeah, it's
pressing
not about-
ones.
yeah.
Yeah, the more pressing ones are the like talking about the housing situations and people losing their homes and like how much did Columbia pay them to get them out of it? How many contracts had to be signed to get to that point? Just like what does the legal system allow that let this happen? And so the problem is no longer Columbia. It becomes about a system of checks and balances that make things able to be happened. Like what we consider ethical as a part of society in a larger sense that the individual feels disconnected from. Yeah, so like it's like, 'cause like what it feels like I'm hearing is a lot of like local negativity for something that's universally and globally accepted. And like that's hard. That's like, guys, I mean, it makes you feel isolated, it makes you feel othered, it makes you feel like you aren't a part of something that you clearly should be, your country maybe, if you have this kind of tinge that your country is an entity in which you are a part of, and which is a part of you. That jury's out for questioning. I mean, I'm in the camp that businesses are not people. So, Franny says, "Damn."
Franny! I'm here. Where are you?
She's at work. She'll be here soon. You just think about a system that allows a huge corporate organization to kind of rule over a community that doesn't really have a choice. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, hi friend. Here are your guys. Who are our guys? Yeah, I mean, I don't think. I mean, I don't think businesses are people.
Same.
Yeah. Because.
I'm gonna guess you're preaching to the choir here, though.
Yeah, but like. But once you.
So what are you saying by that?
Yeah, but when you don't think businesses are people, you have to like, then take that the systems that are in place aren't bound by your like moral or ethical principles. They're not bound by humanism. They're not bound by like.
Right, you're saying people should be allowed to buy things, but there should be different rules for businesses than for people. So, for instance, if you're a person, yeah, it makes sense if you can just go buy something. Let's say for this example specifically, but if you're a business, there should be other expectations put against you.
Well, I'm just saying that like there are like one human cannot go up to another human and just like, well, they could actually. A human could buy someone else's house.
Yeah.
Walk in and say, "Hey, man, I'll give you $500,000 for your $20,000 house."
Yeah.
Get the.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, you can do that. I don't know what we're saying then. I don't.
Yeah. What was the big thing with businesses are not people?
Well, because it just seems like that's the disconnect. Colombia's a business.
Yeah.
The United States government is a business. It's not functioning in some way that would allow. It doesn't surprise me or upset me in any way to think that I may have residual thoughts against something that system is allowed to happen. I'm just kind of like, yeah. Well, no, yeah, I know you're not. You're just like sharing a controversy, and we're the one pointing at it. Yeah.
Definitely.
Our buddy, Human Robot, talked about the telescope.
And just as like a thing, like a proper noun, the telescope.
He has this coping mechanism that he calls the telescope. Whenever he's getting into an argument with someone, whenever he's getting upset or flustered or feels like the conversation's not going anywhere, he invokes the telescope. And the telescope is this, yeah, we're happy you did. He invokes the telescope as a way of zooming out and seeing the bigger picture of himself, so he knows not to get caught up in the little squabbles.
Okay, the telescope.
The telescope.
Interesting.
That's what he's about.
I mean, I've heard of that before.
I've never heard of that.
Trying to be in a room, trying to like picture yourself in where you are instead of thinking about it from your perspective. Trying to think about it almost like you're looking at yourself as a stranger.
Yeah.
I've never heard it called the telescope. That's interesting.
The telescope. I liked it. Human Robot was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I caught a little bit of Human Robot.
Typically, telescope zoom in. Well, I thought that too. I was like, but then he was like, no, that's microscopes. Microscopes see the small stuff. Telescopes see the big stuff. And I'm like, okay, buddy.
That's true.
No, yeah, no, I was like, I see where we're diverging, but I also see where we're converging, so I'm here.
Yeah. A microscope has a close focal point. A telescope has a far focal point.
Let's just go for that far focal point.
It's all about the focal point, man.
It's all about the focal. The Frank focal.
Focal.
Telescope see planets. Human Robot's a whole planet.
The planet of Human Robot. Aren't we all on a little planet of our own?
And to see a planet, you have to zoom in.
This is very true. You've made an astute point, Dog Sap.
I'm gonna call him. He's dead to me. Can't believe
Next time he's here.
Can't believe you tricked me like this.
But planets are big. You would agree, no?
Oh, nothing happened.
Capital M, capital L, Morgan logic. There you have it. Did you see Star Wars? I'm asking him, Dog Sap. How many viewers do you have?
Not enough for this.
You're doing great, bud.
One person brought up fear. What are you guys gonna do today? We're doing this until 5, and then we're gonna hang out with Franny.
I guess not watch Star Wars.
We're not gonna watch Star Wars. We might go see Little Women in 35mm.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. I told Franny you'd be down. It was enjoyable.
That is good to know.
So like, I'm interested in like, cause you were talking about like, with the Columbia thing, you're talking about like fear in a way. Fear of like losing a community. Fear of not being able to control a community. My mom said Little Women was really good. I believe it. We might go see it. So yeah, like I don't know. What do you think about fear in relation to like the history and then human nature and why you may not want to share based on that fear? Because someone brought that up earlier. That like one of the reasons for not wanting to share in the world is because of this little.
So I'd be interested to hear how it was related to history and nature. I mean, the only fear that comes in my mind was just the fear of exposing yourself, especially in a space of multiple people, and not in like a confiding sense. It's definitely difficult. So people have the fear of doing that.
Well, no,
That's
yeah.
a little different than I think what you're talking about.
Yeah, they mentioned how like they're in a fear of judgment for sure. This kind of when they were talking about their wife, that their wife said if they ever divorced her, she would be afraid of all the things he knew about her.
Okay.
And so she has a fear of history that like her past will come to haunt her later, and that through that they were talking about how human nature has this interest in excitement and endorphins. So kind of like you spread gossip just to like promote havoc, you know? And they called that human nature.
It's human nature to excite for the sake of excitement.
Yeah, to self-pleasure.
Okay.
And so they said they had this fear of general sharing because they can't predict the future, therefore they don't know where they're sharing, where their vulnerabilities are going to land, and then how people are going to use them. And I'm like, wow, that's like a frightening. How do you even start to engage with the fear, like that kind of frightening worldview?
That's true though. People definitely live like that. I mean, I think my boss is very much like that. She is worried about everything. Like she's like paid for a lot of services to go online and scrub her identity from the internet. And also with her bank accounts, for example, she doesn't pay for anything through her bank accounts or do any sort of online transactions. She only writes people checks so that there's no, connection to her for fear of, I don't know, I guess like I don't know what people could do based on things she's done in the past. I guess the social media thing I think was more relevant, just in relation to fear of showing her old versions of herself to she doesn't know who out in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know how to engage with that. I got nothing to his A. I don't know. Yeah. How do you engage?
Yeah.
With that?
Yeah. I mean, I can't tell her that she's like invalid for having that opinion, but I can't say I get it. I definitely feel like there is some paranoia there. But I feel like this is going in a slightly different direction than what you were thinking.
No. It's right there. It's like because it's about making yourself available in any way, whatever level of sharing you're engaging with. It's this presentation, this curation of availability, this creation of a context that then allows for your thoughts and your feelings to be present. And people do so much to make sure that doesn't come out.
Yeah.
Speaking of pantalones,
Speaking of paranoia.
yeah, because I mean, if I'm gonna sit here every Friday and like, have you ever watched The Preppers on Netflix? No.
I've watched like a minute of it.
He's seen precisely 60 seconds of The Preppers, and he just.
I know what it's about. People who are preparing for the end of the world or nuclear war or whatever it is. The end of times.
I thought it was about high school. They spend their entire lives preparing for the end of the world. It's fascinating.
Yeah. That's some paranoia.
But it's also like a way to live. It's
Oh yeah, it's a culture and lifestyle and all that.
yeah.
They get on their prepper forums. r/preppers.
Ooh.
I'm sure. Yeah, I remember I went down to like a related video YouTube path one time of people who make bug out outfits or bug out setups, and the whole idea of bug out is to be as anonymous as possible. So like you'll do research on like statistically what is the most common car, what is the most common color of car, what are the most like the least interesting styles of clothing, so you don't want to go over the board with like military cargo shorts and everything, but you don't want to go slightly more fashion forward or anything like that.
I said it's a way to create purpose in their life, and guys who haven't discovered video games yet.
Guys who haven't discovered video games yet. True.
I'm still trying to discover them. Cold salad bar.
Those were the times.
Or just other times.
They were some of the times.
Yeah. Man. I just don't know how to engage with this fear, I don't know how to engage with that meaningfully. I don't know if someone's like, I'm afraid to share because people are going to use it against me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, how would you respond? How did you respond to that at the time when they said it?
I was taken aback, I drummed first 2 hours straight yesterday. Okay. Yeah.
Like the first 2 hours of the day or for 2 hours straight? I think for 2 hours straight. Playing taiko.
Yeah.
This is just Morgan Thought Train.
Yeah. We got 4 viewers on the Morgan Thought Train.
Everyone's intently listening. I guess Fran never found headphones.
Yeah. Taiko!
Oh yeah. So you had no response to it? You were just like, sorry for you?
No, I was like, I would love to hear more about like this fear and this kind of like instigation. And hey Skeletov!
Hi Skeletov.
We are talking about sharing and its relationship to fear. Yeah. Fear
of sharing.
Yeah, fear of sharing, fear of people using that against you, whatever kind of like historical things you could have in mind, past, present, future, and just not wanting to share due to those. And like, so what does it mean to share? What do you got? You missed it though. We did eat some pizza on this.
We really did.
We ate some pizza, so yeah, that's big pizza.
Yeah, it was actually pretty big pizza.
Oh fuck! We got 5 viewers. Man, we're so strong.
5 strong.
5 strong. This is how I do.
But they didn't. They weren't able to. I don't know. They didn't engage anymore.
Well, they just said they had to go.
I see.
But yeah, so I didn't really have a chance to hear more what they had to say about sharing. I'm glad you ate pizza. Yeah, we are too. I was so hungry. Dan just showed up.
And boom, there was a pizza.
Dan was like, "Let me in the house," and I was like, "Thanks, delivery."
Didn't even tip me.
Yeah. We were also talking about sharing in relation to communication and how the difference, the separation between thoughts and feelings in that regard, how you communicate those two different things. Yeah, but bring whatever you got. Tell us what it means to share to you. Bye, Dan.
Bye.
Dan's outie. I can hear. Franny can hear us.
Oh, perfect. Hi, Franny.
Dan is very excited.
Hi, Franny.
Dan is extremely excited. Yeah. So also curation. That's an important part of sharing we thought about today. Just like how do you curate sharing? How do you make what you're sharing available to that other person? How do they curate a landing pad? How do they curate receiving what you have to share? All that seems extremely, I think I've said this a few times, all of it seems extremely pedantic and maybe a bit like repetitive and like verbose for something that's a little more direct, but honestly, sharing something I think we all struggle with every day. We walk into a cafe, someone's standing in line just a way that's a little different than we think people should stand in line. We lose our shit. Because you don't know how to share space with them. They don't know how to share space with you. It's like, I don't think I'm deriding what the term sharing can mean when you're both holding the rope in the line at the cafe, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of us aren't very good at it. Creating safe space for people to open up into. We wrote that down here too. Yeah, safe spaces. How do you create a space that doesn't have a judgment? But then like something someone said earlier, you didn't hear it, Franny, but someone was talking about fear, how they're afraid of sharing. They were talking about how their wife says that if they ever get a divorce, she's afraid that of all that he knows about her. So after they get divorced, he may use that information against her.
Dirt on her.
So, let's see what Dimitri has to say. I'm going to go with that fear thing. I'm very sensitive to people not wanting my sharing and shut down pretty quickly when I sense that they're not interested. Yeah.
So more fear of people
rejection.
Rejection, exactly.
Yeah. Fear of not having a good landing pad. Fear of not...
The bad receptor.
Yeah. Fear of not knowing how to curate yourself or facilitate the safe space that would allow for that to be received. Fair. Yeah. Because I think Dan and I were talking about this a little bit when you first got here, about the primacy of the thing being shared. But that...
I think you've hit on primacy for a few times, but I feel like you haven't really gone in. What do you mean when you say primacy?
Yeah, so like making the thing being shared the primary thing. Because even what Dimitri's saying, and even what we're talking about fear. We're talking about creating safe spaces. We're talking about the two poles and how they situate themselves and how they feel in that situation. We're not talking about the energy. Yeah, book clubs, knitting circles. Yeah, and we're not talking about the actual thing being shared. We're not giving the thing primacy. Like there isn't this seeing again finding the mighty people that share your likes. It's about like we're still talking about spaces and we're talking about like our relationship to those people, but like part of what I think Dimitri touches on that I like is that this kind of like he feels like he gets shut down pretty quick when people aren't interested and they're not interested in that thing because people aren't willing to be vulnerable and open to making the thing a primary like instigation. So like primacy is of the thing being shared, not the two parties sharing or what they're or how they're going about sharing it. But like if I share a piece of music with you, it's not about you saying this is something AJ likes and all these respect and share and maneuvers. It's about you being like, what does this music offer, and why isn't that the question more often? What does this thing offer?
Right.
Well, like yeah, and I don't think that's a question often enough in regards to sharing. It's like, what is the thing?
So you feel that's an important way to share, where when you hear when someone gives something to you or not, or shares something with you, it's more about that thing in and of itself and not trying to focus so much on the relationship.
Yeah, and then she says, but when you don't speak the language, there's this curation there's a responsibility. It's a curation of responsibility on the person sharing to make sure that they create a space in which that thing could be handled as a prime element. Because you hand someone something, say, hey, listen to this like 4-hour string quartet, and like people are gonna be like, dude, fuck.
Yeah, what do I do with that?
What do I do?
You listen to it for 4 hours and you come back and you say, oh, that was good shit, dude.
I slept. I slept through your string quartet.
It was great nap music.
So there's a responsibility on the person sharing to bring that thing in a way that lets it be the focal point. But also, there's also responsibility on the other end, the person receiving. Like what Dimitri was saying, people need to like step up. People need to be like interested. People need to like be available for interest. Because I mean, why are they not interested when you want to share something, right? That'd be my question. Like, are they not interested because they know you, they know what you're into, therefore they judge and they chop out that thing, that they get a surface impression of that thing through some general inquiry, and they again shut it out? Like, well, why is there this shutting out that happens? And then sometimes when people take things in, they only take them in because of the other person. Like, oh, I only listen to it because you're so such and such, and I wanted to do good on you. And then they stop. They don't care about the thing.
It's more to keep the relationship in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, I thought people were too exhausted, tired to participate with one another. Yeah.
Agreed with
And then that's a question I think you and I talked about the other night. We were talking about being spread too thin, right? And exhaustion is a level of being spread too thin. And you say overstimulating, like there's some threshold of stimulation that you understand to be appropriate, and that our world consistently goes over it. And that,
it is true that active thinking requires more effort than passive thinking, which is just responding to your environment. So getting stimulus and then actively making a decision, responding to it, other than just the expected way, is actually shown to even take, from a scientific perspective, burn more calories than passively responding to the environment. Yeah. Get ripped on active thinking.
Get ripped on active thinking. We're there.
Yeah, we're there.
People are busy. Were you going to say something else? I was going to read.
Well, and people consistently have a threshold. So there was a study, where you offer kids like an M&M that they like, and you offer it to them 6 times or something, and for the ones that turn it down all 6 times, then you go and offer to play a game with them. But if they wait, then they'll get some other prize later. And so the idea is to put off what you want now for something that's better than later. Well, the people who turn down the M&Ms more times were less likely to turn down the last thing. the playing the games. So you only have like so much ability to actively make decisions throughout the day, and that's different from person to person depending on how much you've worked on it, and I don't know, maybe your natural tendencies to do it. But
Yeah. People are busy. General culture acceptance of positive emotions and rejection of negative emotions. The whole concept of emotional labor to transactionalize what used to be regular social support. Conflict is not abuse. People are afraid to give negative feedback. Active swollenness. Yeah.
right.
What Franny's saying. Thinks social media has a lot to do with our overwhelm. I empathize with like 100 strangers per day on the internet and then don't have energy for my roommates. LOL. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in that. Like, I don't think the experience isn't happening. I think you guys are tired at the end of the day. I believe that. I'm definitely not here to say you don't or you shouldn't.
don't be tired.
Yeah. But yeah, and then our responsibility to know where to spread it. Like, because when we feel like we're like overworked or spread too thin, it comes with this history. It comes with this perspective of that we understand what our baseline is. That means we've had an experience, we've codified that experience, and we've regulated that experience as a baseline. And then we move forward, checking future experiences at that baseline. Too much, not enough, too much, weird, too much. And so like
You're saying the baseline itself is a sort of a wall.
Yeah, and I mean, and that baseline is socially conditioned. It's made up of real life interactions. We don't just imagine them on our own and become these self-deprecating beings. We exist in a situation that tells us what kind of interaction is enough or too much. And then we have to balance with that.
Yeah, that's just a fact of life. I mean, because there is some real baseline somewhere, and whether you know what that, I mean, it's true that oftentimes your baseline is more set by your historical experience rather than where it really is. Where your cap for the day really is. But I see what you're saying.
What do you mean when you're an empath, your baseline is not a wall? What do you mean? But yeah, never sleep.
Ever.
You take on emotion and feeling from people around you, whether you're interacting with them or directly or not. Oh yeah. I didn't mean wall as in like it protects you by the end. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, like
wall is like an artificial boundary to stop you from going further.
Yeah, it's definitely not like a wall that is a fort. It's this kind of like a threshold, a boundary would be a better way to put it. This kind of like this point of where you're now in your reserves. You've now hit the part and you're like, fuck,
I had 43 interactions today. 44 is too much for me. I'm going to sleep.
I'm going to sleep. Never sleep again. Yeah, and I think that's I think part of that better than in this empath culture, which I think is really like pretty powerful. I don't think it's talked about enough because there are physical limitations, different bodies, different calorie counts, whatever that go into it. But I think considering that our energy is a learned behavior in quite a few respects is something I think is really undervalued. Often, that like us feeling tired, us feeling excited, us feeling ready, us feeling timid. We tend to relegate those things to intuition, and then a lot of people already know that intuition is like a learned behavior, but then they don't take the time to be like, well, I've learned that people exhaust me.
Yeah.
They don't take the time to really think that that this exhaustion is a kind of learned behavior in many ways. It's not the only way it's used, but it's part of it.
So this is a good telescoping moment.
Telescope, Dan.
Telescope out.
Telescope out.
And see that because it is a learned behavior, you can learn new behaviors.
Yeah, that is, but how do we do that?
Well, I mean, one direct, I don't know, I guess analogy I'd make is like, okay, if you run or do any sort of, basic practice or regimen or anything, so let's say you run the same distance, the same speed 5 times in a row. That starts to feel like, okay, that's as far as I can go today, and I'll try it again tomorrow. So then, say you ran for 20 minutes. Then you run 20 minutes the next day, and because you're getting up to the 20-minute mark, you're starting to feel tired. Because you feel like, consciously or not, your body is like, all right, this is what I do. I run for 20 minutes and then I get tired. But, taking the same thing, I've personally experienced this, where if you intentionally hide that time, that 20 minutes, and then you just run until you're really tired, then it may be 15 minutes, it may be 25 minutes, it may be something a lot different than what it would have been if you could actually, see the time in front of you.
And we're not mind over matter specialists here. That's not what we're saying, but they play a part together.
Dag nabbit.
Where'd the Skeletov go?
Welcome to the chat room. Welcome to Day of Sharing.
Resisting the urge to post Morpheus free your mind memes. What a vibe.
Skeletov vibing.
Yeah, so so like it's a word that Skeletov used a minute ago, like transactional, right? Are we just relegating possible connections to their transactions? Like, this takes so much energy, I'm gonna get this much out of it, QED, And like, without having anything smart to say, that just hurts my heart. Because you start creating a tribe instantly. You start being like, oh no, that's a valuable one. I can give them some of me because they're gonna give me stuff. Some people are cheap, man. Exactly. But like,
yeah, I know. When you first started thinking about this whole project, one thing we talked about was, the culture of, I don't know, like linking articles to people, just sending just like an article or a picture or something from the internet, and then not saying anything at all, just like having boxes of what you think people like. So then when you come across something, when you're on your phone, you're like, okay, this is a thing that AJ wants to interact with. Send to AJ. And how that's, you felt that's not even really sharing.
yeah.
That's just, I don't know, sorting out the things in your mind.
Yeah. Queen of sending random shit. Yeah, her, like, yeah. Mary does that all the time.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like, it's not, and they like want to defend it as some act of sharing, as this kind of like proxy of connectivity,
Right.
But it just feels like it's like a relinquishing and an identifier, a throwing.
Yeah.
Do
it, AJ thing. Here you go.
I don't,
Bye.
I don't think either of you were here when I mentioned this, but it's kind of this distinction of like, I read the dictionary definition of sharing earlier, and it says have a portion of with another or others. And I was like, that blew my mind. Because I put it at the top of my page that I scribbled on here, that I've been scribbling on all day. See? I put it at the top of the page there. And like, I just let myself think about that. This kind of like this dictionary definition of it while everyone was sharing with me the rest of their ideas, their experiences, their feelings, and it got me, the closest it got me was it got me to this little distinction of sharing is not like pie. You don't just take a piece of the, I mean, because the way that definition works, it's saying take your piece of the pie, everybody gets their piece of the pie, we've all shared the pie. And it doesn't seem to work like that. What we're talking about, these emotions, these fears, these exchanges, feel a lot more like rope, more like tug of rope, more like, here we can do it again.
Doing the tug of rope thing.
It's like, it's,
this is
you,
our thing.
You like feel people's muscles. You're not really getting anything. You're not leaving with something and leaving that person there. It's a consistent exchange you both engage in at that moment that like tests your muscles, that creates a conversation of what you're capable of, what they're capable of. And
I'll do this.
sharing pie is the best one. It just doesn't seem.
That is a great point, Frank.
I mean, you're not incorrect. You're not incorrect. You're not incorrect. Pie is great. I love pie, but it doesn't see. It seems like it's It doesn't seem like it's sharing pie. It seems like it's giving pie. Okay, we're just giving.
Giving
people,
is good too.
Giving is good. It's just different than sharing, and I feel like a lot of pie happenings are givings. Like, people cut up the pie, they give you a piece of it.
Give you pie, give you pie.
Give you pie, give you pie. I'm giving all the pie I got. Okay, calm down. But like, the act of sharing people have talked about all day, pie hype, the act of sharing people have talked about all day has felt much more like a rope than it has a pie. People aren't afraid about getting their piece. People aren't afraid about like, that kind of sharing. People are much more worried about who's on the other side of the rope, how hard they're tugging. If someone's going to catch the rope if they take it out in public, are they just standing there holding a rope looking stupid? Like,
okay, if you take the pie thing to the next step, I agree that the giving the pie is not the sharing, act of sharing, but when you both eat the pie and you share that experience of eating the pie, and then you can talk about how does that pie make you feel? This is some damn good pie. Hell yeah, I love this pie. Then I would say you're sharing.
Yeah. So it isn't.
Point.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it only becomes sharing when you eat it. Don't eat the rope, kids.
Don't eat the rope. Just pull it.
You can pull the rope and eat the pie, but anything less is not sharing in my eye.
I'm done.
Dad left. He gave up on me. Am I making sense here? Are we making sense? I just start yelling. Am I making sense? I'm making $41 a month. I'm gonna cry.
Are those East Fork bowls?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She loves East Fork.
I do too.
Yeah. Instructions unclear. Hate ropes.
That is one potentiality.
Tugged pie. Be like dog.
Eat rope.
What happened when you tugged the pie? Sometimes I do karate with my camera. We're still blurry.
Focus, you fool. Focus. Maybe we have to be at the same level. Focus.
Give and take, eh? Yeah, that's love. That's sharing. There we go.
Nailed it.
Nailed it to the pie. Pie came apart, duh. I don't know what kind of pie you got. I don't know if, like, that tugging didn't do much. I don't know how hard
I don't know how strong your pie is.
I don't know how strong you tug or the toughness of your pie.
Strongness of your pie.
But yeah, something I was thinking about a little bit that I'd love to pass on to you too, because you're clever ones and I like it. That mutual giving is not equal to sharing. I thought about that earlier, and I don't really know where to go with that. I had a couple ideas, but like I want to draw a distinction between mutual giving and then sharing as like two different acts that have very different results, different interests, different energies. Pi uncertainty. Skeletov's good. Skeletov lives in California.
Dimitri, right?
Yeah.
Hi, Dimitri. I hope your pie was good.
It was uncertain. Hi.
This is the line between human and robot.
Yeah. Turn a space of naivety. I like this a space. Yeah, maybe Fran, you'll have something to say about it. Like, because I was thinking mutual giving. Like, if somebody gives you, oh, she already knows. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. And like, but to draw that distinction between what you just wrote there and sharing it would be hard. So some people would be like, no, they're the same thing. Yeah, so sharing requires a response. Just doing the deed. Done dirt cheap. Dirty deed. Dimitri loves that song. You like Dissa Space.
I love that you love that song, Dimitri. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, like, how do you,
I mean, they're two different things, clearly. But it's not like, I mean, because I can give you, I don't know, a book, say, and I don't, and because it's giving, if it's unconditional, truly unconditional giving, I guess, then I don't expect anything
Illuminati
in return. But it creates the possibility for sharing.
Yeah, exactly. The possibility for sharing is on the table with mutual giving. But I think it's important to know the difference so people know that there's also a possibility that it won't happen.
Right. And that's okay.
Well, it's not just okay, because some people, like the situation you brought up earlier, the people who, like, chronically throw content at you.
Yeah.
They're giving.
Right.
And to teach them that they're giving and not sharing is very different, because giving creates a weight that's different than the weight of sharing. And the weight of sharing can be very nourishing and challenging, but the weight of giving is sometimes mostly like ownage. The weight of giving is simply like a tit for tat, a doing the deed.
Ownage, yeah.
Yeah, there's like a you owe me to giving.
Oh, like I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like it's kind of like, oh no, I did this thing because I think about you, because I care about you. I shared you this link to whatever because you're on my mind. You matter to me. And then it becomes this like...
I don't even know if there's an expectation of like getting like some link back or whatever.
Just an expectation that you take it as them caring.
Right.
And that enough is its own kind of like manipulation.
Or even on itself, I send a link to AJ.
Don't you dare.
And I don't tell him like, hey, this is how I felt about this. This is how I interacted with this content that I'm sending you. I'd love to hear your thoughts or something. And just having no interest in engaging and just sending the link to AJ. That now makes AJ feel like the owner of the content and not me. Millennials won't work for not enough.
Willingness to participate for nothing. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, there is this exchange quotient, and that doesn't have to do with sharing. I know these mutual giving conversations. I went skiing in Tahoe. Oh yeah, well my family went skiing in Colorado. Yeah, my family has a parent. Oh yeah, my parent died. Death is interesting concept. Concept formation is interesting. I wrote my thesis on that. Okay, I didn't realize I was gonna write this down. I'm getting out of sync with the group.
Yeah.
I went skiing in Tahoe.
Yeah, my family was.
I wrote my thesis on that. I just want to write my thesis on going skiing in Tahoe. Oh man.
Yeah.
God, yeah, no.
Definitely.
Yeah, because they're not sharing. They're not looking to like.
There's no real engagement with the other human. It's just like, I have identified thing that I relate to. Now I will state that thing.
I mean, there's no real resistance, and by resistance I mean like allowing for a thing to test and like push through your abilities to resist it. There's no experience of resistance.
Yeah.
There's like mutual giving has this predetermined. I'm not going to feel what resistance feels like. I'm just going to reattack.
Yeah.
There's no openness that does not relate to the I. Yeah. And it's sad because I feel like there's 3 people in here. One of them is not talking.
I really fancy you, AJ. Because when I've streamed, it says there's an extra viewer if I look at it through mobile.
Oh, man. I've been here with myself all day, okay? I'm not trying to shame the quiet people. I'm sorry, you're right.
Hey, there's 2 people in here we found out, and they're both doing great.
Yeah, no curiosity, no inquiry. The juice. Oops. Quiet people are the ones who want to share. Yeah, you're right. That's true.
Yep. But there is no quiet person. It's just AJ.
I'm a quiet person. Just feel like they can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta go. It was wonderful having you.
Bye,
See
friend.
you. You're not going anywhere, Skeletor. You're not going
Not until
nowhere.
we get to back up to 3 people. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah, we need you. We need that 3 people average. You're a number to me, Skeletor. You're giving me that number. You're giving it to me. He just leaves and never talks to me again.
Bye forever.
There's a book up there you need to read. It's right under Phantom Tollbooth.
Okay.
Yeah. We got another hour and a half here. I've been doing this for 6.5 hours today, Dan.
That is incredible.
I do this.
You've been doing this.
Yeah.
I love that. You got a thing to show it.
Yeah. This is what I did the past 2. This is me reading Bachelard's Dialectic of Duration. Check that out.
Isn't it Baccalard?
My friends are becoming influencers. No, we're gonna cap out at 400. That's not enough to be influencer. I think 450 is the influencer mark.
Oh, is that like a term on Twitch?
Yeah, I'm gonna get influenced into prank videos. Yeah, you're gonna prank.
Oh, you should have crank calls on Friday. Like Call of Dragon Pizza. I farted on your mom's pizza.
Dad, that's not appropriate.
I'm sorry, Dad.
Yeah. Dimitri, you need to look at Bachelard's Dialectic of Duration. He talks about physics, he talked about psychology, he talks about multiple temporalities coexisting, because when you get pranked, you got multiples. You got who you are. You got who they are. They got who they think you are. They got who you're pretending to be. It's temporal.
Tell me about this. Thought time divided by lived time.
Has a relationship to creation.
Minus relationship to creation.
Yeah, no, you think about it more. You're not done. There's another page. You're not done yet. You think you're done. You haven't even turned the page.
You haven't even read 10% of the words on
Yeah,
this
you
page.
haven't. That's true. I was gonna say you'll have to turn the page, but you can read if you want. Yeah, You got anything more to say about sharing, Skelly? Like, starting next week, it'll be so far. It'll be me reading poetry on the internet. And talking to people about poetry and sharing that. That's gonna be my week next week, unless somebody votes otherwise. Dan, I think your voice heard. Or not.
Voting's open until when?
Thursday night.
Yeah.
I'm scared of your continental arithmetical. Yeah, that's true. You should be.
Continental arithmetical.
But yeah, I'm excited for next Friday. Next Friday will be a more direct day of sharing, where this has been a bit sprawling, a bit all over the place, a bit like a child board game, according to one of our illustrious viewers. Yeah, I don't think I'm crazy yet, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
I think you've had some good moments today.
But over 8 hours, a couple good moments is not good content creation. It's like doing an 8-hour improvisation and playing 3 notes right. Most people are going to hear it and be like, this is pretentious.
But it's better than
You didn't
2
even turn the
notes,
page.
right?
You still didn't turn the page. You stood for all that time.
All I get from this is there's the total time that you actually live, and then there's like physically live, and then there's the total time that matters.
What about this? What about thinking involves disregarding certain experiences? That's nice. That's a whole other thing.
That is a whole thing.
And duration is behavior. Duration is work we create. I like that too. Yeah. With our 3 viewers, anybody have anything to share? They want to share? You don't feel
we're
like
up to 4.
if you don't feel like saying it in the chat, for sure, shoot me an email. I will keep your anonymity as anonymous as an anomaly can. Yeah. So, we talked a lot about different kinds of sharing. Talked a lot about being afraid of it. We've talked a lot about why we could be afraid of it after we've shared. So reasons why we don't. Reasons that lead us to not want to share at all because we're afraid of rejection. Bring it on. Share what you got. Give me the chance to arrive at some chill vibes. Yeah. Make sharing a practice that's healthy, safe, whatever. Like, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but like, I say these things because they matter to me. I wish I could share more fluidly sometimes. It's not easy. This is not easy. Sitting here in front of a camera for like 7.5 hours being like, oh yeah, I got something to say. I've just been sitting here desperately clinging to any sense of like human life that's like, yeah, I'm in the far reaches of Twitch today. Let's just like tell someone how we feel. Because that's just a really interesting set of parameters that coexist for someone to be like, yeah, Twitch, I'm doing it. Yeah, looking at people with 3 views, I'm doing it. Yeah, telling them my life story in the process, I'm doing it. Who is that? I met him today. His name is Human Robot. What a hero.
May your Fridays be full of human robots.
May your Fridays be full of human robots. He was an amazing person to meet. Had a lot of interesting things to say. Talked a lot about representation versus outcome. That was something really important to him. How you represent something versus how you can get certain things to happen. And like, he related that to sharing, having a share, a participation in an effort, and how certain efforts arrive to certain outcomes, and certain efforts are about representing effort. And like, he just had a very different view from share than anybody else I've heard today. It was business model centric. He clearly works in like a corporate space, but he had a lot of sensitivity towards that corporate space and how people interact there. And it was really, it was nice to hear. Because he was talking about how do we quantify responsibilities and workload as a matter of sharing, like the load, sharing like how we go about distributing energy. To get what we want out of it, to get what could be gotten out of it. Yeah. I'm here. I'm riffing. You don't have to hold that anymore. I'm sorry for being a bully.
Buffalo.
Yeah, I think I am the I. Sounds like cryptocurrency proof of work concepts. Tell us about it. I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means? Cryptocurrency proof of work concepts? Gets back to economic models of sharing worth that makes me sad. Yeah, no, he was making me sad, but he was expressing a similar level of sentiment, He wasn't saying there's a right way to do things. He was definitely caught up in saying I work a job that makes me make decisions about what the right way to share things is. And so yeah. Your share is worthy if it exceeds threshold of usefulness to others. My sharing is nincompoop. Which is a way to navigate the fear of yeah, that is definitely a way, because it becomes logical, becomes rational, becomes a way of being able to assess the playing field before you throw the ball, You can like say, oh yeah, this is what my thing could be worth, and you just throw it, And you're like, yep, got the points I thought I was going to get. I'm an analysis.
Well, one thing he said that I thought was interesting was, he said, well, he mentioned you should, when you start, I don't know, it was like when you start a business with someone, with two people, you should never split the shares of a company,
50-50,
50-50, because there's never evenness. So how does the concept of evenness come into play? I don't know, maybe disregarding the shares portion of that and actually talking about sharing, how does evenness come into play?
Businessy people who are all deathly afraid of sharing, and so they wrap everything in social good wrapping paper. I mean, do you think their fear is based in this equality, this like evenness, this sense of quantifiability?
Right. I mean, even trying to equate it.
Yeah. And so like,
it's pretty difficult.
When you can't, but it asks a question. A question I guess I'm interested in is like, why evenness? Why, when we're sharing, can't we be possibly in the position of weakness? Why can't we be in the position where we're the one not getting the most? Because it seems a lot of these questions are balanced around like, how do I get mine?
Right.
Why aren't I getting mine? Don't I deserve mine? What is mine? And yeah.
What is mine?
He thinks shares shouldn't be even because that he thinks in a workspace between two people, one person is bound to do more work than the other.
Yeah.
So your job is to assess who is the harder worker, like a priori, and then assign them higher shares because they will just de facto do more work.
Right.
And that's a way to like make sure that the work that is done gets its due course. you know?
Yeah, like on its own, I mean, it is pretty hard to imagine an environment where two people are working the same exact amount. You know, if you're speaking literally.
Noticing as a person in verbal chat, I can't sew the talking part very well. I'm just giving topics here. What?
Oh, yeah. Because of the delay, right? It's hard to like actually take part in the conversation, especially because the conversation happens a minute before you see it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
like moved on to a new thing by the time. Yeah.
Is taking mostly in nonverbals.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Not always. Wait, I think we're confused.
I think so. Yeah.
We're gonna have to wait for you to explain to us what you're going on about, Dimitri.
Taking equals receiving. Hmm.
What is it good for? LOL, damn.
That's so true.
That's so true,
That's
dude.
so true.
Dude, that's...
Yeah.
Dude, how do you do that? Sa.
Saw, dude.
The pizza was good, dude.
Oh, that was some good pizza.
Thank you. Bah!
You can't be equal, so give me all of your shares. So that when the IPO, I make all the money.
Yeah, I think we'll just keep talking while we wait for Dimitri to catch up. I think I'm interested in this idea of evenness, of equality, of equity, of sharing is something that happens with a mutual sense of receipt, you know? Be shared with, like, when I share something with Dan, say I share with him a piece of music I really love. In my head, there's more of a chance that he could have the more possibility to get more out of it than I would. Me sharing with him is not for my benefit in this immediate sense. The most immediate sense allows Dan the space for transformation and change, which then comes and transacts as my benefit because I'm seeing more of the world that I want to see, right? So like, I do get something out of it, but that's a super long-term effort. But the most immediate thing of me sharing something with Dan and instigating this thing is to possibly create a space in which he can like flourish in it if it's something that does that to him, you know? Chat can't do precise timely replies. Hard to do appreciation without sounding trite. You don't sound trite, ironic. Not at all. Yeah, I think there's a bad lag right now. I think we're gonna look at it tonight and get a chance to fix the lag. And by Monday, hype, there'll be less lag, and so definitely by next Friday there won't be any lag.
Yeah. And that's traditionally what Twitch has been. You know, people like F's in chat, and not really a place for real dialogue back and forth. But I think there's a way around it, and yeah, I think it'll be much better by Monday.
Do you like all my letters and do you like my fonts?
I do. I like that you put gradients on everything. It's kind of nice.
Or you mean ironic or
It's very
trite?
like 70s. Yeah, I'm being so trite right now.
Dude, you're so fucking trite.
Dude, I'm so fucking trite, bro.
We got an hour and 12 minutes left here. This stream has never felt so long in my life. The past 4 days were great. Even if it doesn't work, still interesting. Not intended to criticize more real time. Probably more interesting. Yeah, no, totally agree. Trying to find a way to make this a bit more real time on Fridays, because Monday through Thursday, real time's not as important. It's mostly just this other sharing space that is a lot more passive. But yeah, finding a way to make the Friday platform a bit more nourishing. It's gonna take some internet finagling. It's gonna take some computer finagling. I think it's all hardware on my end. It's not the medium. I think people use this medium for more consistent activity often. It's just me. It's not you, baby. Just me. F. He put it.
Oh shit.
What's happening? What'd you get? Oh, hitting up Anthony?
Yep.
How's he doing?
Tony. That's you.
You call me Tony?
No.
Oh.
But he calls himself Tony.
How's he been doing?
He's been doing well.
Yeah.
Making pastries.
Yeah.
Yummy stuff. Sending me a bunch of pictures. F's in chat, please.
I think today I'm asking everyone to nourish me, so the roles are a bit reversed.
Please. Tony.
Tone me. Tone it down.
Tone me, baby.
Tone it down. You wanna go to a movie tonight and have popcorn for dinner?
Yeah, it's 35 millimeter.
35mm popcorn. Share Tony's pictures.
Oh shit. Tony will be here soon.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You got 4 viewers.
Oh. I felt like there was still more we could have done with equality.
Yeah, no, there is. There's definitely a lot.
So
more.
much more we could do.
Sharing is mean, I think. Yeah, tell
Oh
me.
my god, it's Babe Twan.
What's up, Babe Twan? Is that him?
That's Tony. Tony Pajamas.
Tell me about it. Hey, beautiful.
Sharon is mean and AJ's beautiful.
Sharon is mean, I think. AJ is beautiful. I don't know which one you think or which one you know.
AJ is mean, Sharon is beautiful.
We got 5. We're loaded.
Oh my god.
We're loaded.
Sharon hype.
Sharon, hi, 5 viewers. Oh. Yeah, I mean, well, sharing is mean. You wouldn't be the first person who said that today, by the way. I just want you to know that. But I'm curious to get your hot pastry take. Hot take. Sharon is evil. Do not post. Do not roast on Poshel. Do not eat toast. I'm social. Sharon hype. I think it's not a focus because both of our heads are so big.
We got big heads.
We gotta be back here. Oh yeah. It doesn't want to.
What the fuck are we doing?
Come on! Why is sharing mean? I need your soul inside me. Big brain time.
It's big brain time.
Galaxy brains. Sharon is mean. I think galaxy brains. You're in the blur zone. You're in the blur.
All right, Greg Buell.
What do you think, Greg? We've come out clear. The other side of the fog. Miyazaki's left the train and Nausicaa's left the brain. Tony doesn't want his secret. Don't click F. Tony will reveal a secret.
Do not click F under any circumstance.
Do not F the chat.
Do not F the chat.
But we know those pics are the content we all need.
We gotta get those.
Share
pics.
your content. Share your pics. Galaxy pics.
Tony, we want to see your.
Tony, we want your galaxy pics. Sharing's a burden.
Yeah, why'd you write a pictures then?
Because you gotta toss that shit around.
That's true.
Whoa, crying
Oh.
brown ball. You're gonna have to give us more than that, Babituan.
Babituan.
It is if you force it. No, yeah, I've thought about like you just give someone you're trying to share with them a cultural product, a product of culture, and you're like, hey, I've got all these ideas, these things, these resonances, these connections, these constellations of instigation, and then they're like, but here, take all of what I just said and treat it with the utmost care. And you're just like, ah! And then you just got this burn on your shoulders of someone just throwing culture balls at you, and you just have to it's crying, and you don't know what to do. It turns brown, you don't know what to do, and it's just babe twad, but you don't know what to do.
It's just babe twad, but you don't know what to do.
Yeah, so sharing turns into this burden mechanism where people are like, oh, this person share, and it then becomes less about the thing. They're not even interested in he doesn't know that thing that I'm offering could change his life. That thing could be everything he needs to really be something different.
Yeah.
But he's so concerned with the burden of having being shared with that object becomes some insurmountable thing. Can I have free stickers? Yes. I don't know where you'll get them, but yes, you can have them.
Yeah, but sharing takes work. I mean, Katal Hyoyuk. Katal Hyoyuk.
Yeah.
What is his name? Human Robot shared that earlier. Well, for AJ to engage with that, he has to now go, at the very least, hit in Wikipedia, Katal Hyoyuk, and then, dedicate time to it.
Yeah, responsibility on both sides of sharing. Exactly. Yeah. I've been trying to say that a lot, and I know this chat hasn't been conducive to that kind of immediacy of energy, but yeah, totally. There's a huge responsibility on both sides.
Yeah.
That's the rope metaphor. That's the I'm pulling, you're pulling. If one person starts pulling, the other person falls in the mud. But as long as we're both pulling, we feel both of our muscles, we feel our energies, and we get this residual thing that becomes less about either of us and more about the rope, more about how we're engaging with the rope. And there's this need to objectify sharing in a way. Like, we need to objectify sharing. We're so subjective with our sharing. We're so wrapped up in our emotions. We're so wrapped up in, like, this is how it makes me feel. This is how... And, like, those things are all important. I'm not trying to deride them, but we're so focused on them that we lose the object that is to be shared and its potentials. And that's... My whole life is wrapped up in that. My whole life is wrapped up in, like... I started playing bass guitar when I was 14 because someone was shared their love for metal music with me, and I was just an open blank wall just to take it in. When I was 19, I started playing piano because some guy played Sonic the Hedgehog and Zelda on his little keyboard, and I thought that was the craziest shit. And so, like, he shared that idea with me, and I just took it. I was like, hey, I can do that. I just ran with it, you know? But, like, I consider all those moments of sharing. I'll show you my telomeres. Do not go to Washington State. Spokane has the worst man, and he'll show you his telomeres. Care and respect for the shared and can be imposed burden, hence the social shame on some forms of emotional dumping and the focus on building spaces where shared expectations are clear. Yeah. Telomere levels off the charts. Exactly. Definitely. Yeah. And I think, yeah. And again, like the spaces where shared expectations are clear take the interest off of the object of sharing. And like, I mean, I hope to engage with that here because what this platform does is it does devalue the object of sharing because we're just practicing what sharing can mean. We're just doing this ritual of showing a way of sharing energy, time, space, resources. We're not focused on this specific thing, but I think people are so bad at the specific thing and they've even become bad at like the act itself. So like it's not one step at a time. I'm getting ahead of myself. Depth of flavor. Yeah, dude, send me your pastries and I'll show you my stickers. That was
free pastries for free stickers.
Free pastries for free stickers. Pro bono. I was gonna say boner.
Please don't say boner on TV.
Okay, give me a cookie. Wait. Yeah. We've sparked the Dimitri. Are you the real friend?
Are you the real French?
Yeah.
Heard it here first.
I would say so. What if sharing is only really a thing in walled gardens?
What do you mean? Why can't everyone share? Are you saying it's like a privilege or like not a real thing? And
Thank you, Bebe Antoine.
that cookie has such a strong smell. It's powerful.
And so by definition, they're not visible to the public. Keep going. Walled gardens being a term for gatekeepers. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Really only a thing in gatekeeping. So by definition, they're not visible to the public. Yeah. Yeah, again, that gets back to a lack of interest in the object. It's like it's about how you go about doing the thing. Altruism. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in altruism. I'm gonna just say it. I'm gonna be dogmatic and say I don't think it's working for us. Sorry, Ayn Rand.
That's just an excuse, though, to relieve AJ of any responsibility of altruism.
Yeah, exactly. No one is sharing. They're just in their little tribes. Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. You get caught up in like
That's what we were saying before about like identification and stuff.
Yeah. It's like you get caught up in your comfort zones, you get caught up in what you think is okay, a good way to do it. Even your fear of sharing due to rejection is its own form of like tribalism, because you just end up resorting to your own little tribe of where you're accepted. Rather than facing the challenge of what it means to be rejected and curating the possibility of not being. And that's also a difficult space because you don't want to like lambast and charge in and destroy everyone. Altruism. You can engage with altruism if you want. I don't have anything to say other than like. Caring is really sharing though. TBH, 5head. Hey dude. Love is give and take. Pull the rope. Be the dog. Be the dog you want to see in the world. Talk about altruism, Dan.
Altruism?
Yeah, what do you got? What do you got?
There's that whole thought experiment where, you know, you're walking down the street, you just got a new pair of shoes and a new suit.
Swatting flies with altruism.
And you see a kid drowning in a nearby pond.
Okay.
And so, you know, you're a decent person, so you see this kid, and you're like, well, I gotta save this kid. You know, my new suit and new shoes be damned. So you jump in the pond, you save them, you ruin your new suit and new shoes. So you just, let's say you spent $300 on it. So there goes $300 down the drain. But it saved this kid's life.
White dog is kind of problematic, TBH.
Holy shit. And so this kid that you saw personally, you thought was worth at some level, because you knew you were going to ruin your suit, you thought it was worth $300 at some level.
Okay.
Okay, taking the next step. I think most people can agree with that. Would you agree with that? Would you go jump in and save the kid? Fuck the kid?
I'd save the kid, Dan. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. Okay, sure. I'm obviously leading you somewhere, but, you know, why would you not put that same $300 to someone 100 miles away, someone 1,000 miles away? Why is the the physical distance an important factor? And in reality, you can save a lot of people's lives for a lot less than $300.
Okay.
So why not spend all of your money that's not saving your own life to other people?
Because you weren't trying to save a life. In the sense that, I mean, that example doesn't seem like you're trying to save someone's life. It seems like you're trying to abate your own fears of death.
Does it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're trying to save someone's life, then your second thing adds up. You're trying to save lives, you'll throw $300 wherever it can to save a life. But, like, if you're seeing someone drown, you have to deal with this kind of, like, immediacy of responsibility of dealing with this idea that death is on your doorstep and that you are out of control of it. If you can control death in an immediate landscape, and it is proximity, it is who you are. Peter Singer, I don't know who that is. I assume that's what Dan's pulling this from.
Yeah, it's Peter Singer.
Yeah. I don't think it works. I think that it's not some selfish act that the man doesn't care about the kid, but it clearly isn't some pure act of life saving. There's a lot of like other instigations.
Okay, so would you say when you see a kid drowning and you try to go save him, do you feel like you're doing it because you're trying to save their life, or do you think you're doing that as well? You know, this fear of death.
Well, we do our best as a people in local communities, especially because we're just talking about locations. Share with an iron fist. Sharing is ruthless empathy. God,
pajamas.
That's so good. Sharing is ruthless empathy. Tell us more about that. Give it to us. I think that has a lot to do with giving. We were talking about mutual giving being different than sharing.
Giving is a pie, sharing is a rope.
Giving is a pie, sharing is a rope. We
Giving
don't
is a
want
pie,
that
sharing is
stupid
a
dope.
rope.
We is a pie, sharing is a rope. Yeah, I can't say I have a great answer for you. I might. Every intuition leads me to think though that me jumping in that pool isn't about this like larger than life like saving all of humanity with my abilities.
It's not saving all of humanity. It's just saving that one person in front of you.
Sharing is communism. I don't agree. Equality is communism, but we can't even quantify that, so communism is a failure. On you, Marx.
Your turn, Marx.
You can't even define what even is. How many numbers
So
do
you
that?
either have to accept that you're not really interested in saving the person's life and it's more about you than them, or that you are being inconsistent by not doing the same thing to people that are farther away from you.
I don't think they're the same. We're dealing with tribalism. We're dealing with community. We're dealing with, like, we literally care ethically about, like our like topography. Like, our area is important to us. You don't want someone shitting on your floor, but if someone shits outside, you're fine with that.
But I'm fine with someone shitting on my yard, even, because that's an appropriate place to shit, reasonably so.
Yeah, you've decided what reason is, and it is not shitting on your bathroom floor.
But I don't want somebody shitting on that person's house.
But you wouldn't care.
I'd be a little bit upset at him.
No, come on.
If I was brought into that situation, I have no opportunity to interact with
Okay,
them
so we
if
need
I
to create
interact with them.
commercials. So and so's floor was shit on today.
I'd be
Donate
upset. That was a news
1-800.
story.
Get off the floor.
Guy goes around neighborhood and shits on people's floors. I'd be like, fuck that guy. That's not cool.
Would you donate money to save their floors? Exactly. You must love humanity, but instinctive tribal care, though it has value, intelligence for resource prioritization can be expected these days. Yeah.
But do you agree with that, or are you saying that's how a lot of people view it?
Talking to me or him?
Both of you.
Okay. Mayhaps indeed.
Like, yeah, tribalism is a thing, but do you want that? Do you want it to be an influence? I don't know, in this context?
What, prioritization?
Well, tribalism.
It's just gonna happen. We're just gonna we're in sections. We're in stuff like that.
Because once we get to the prioritization, we're there. Because yeah, obviously you're not going to give up 100% of your wealth to people you don't know, because then you end up starving. But again, prioritization. So maybe it's worth giving 1%. Maybe it's worth giving 5%. Maybe it's worth giving 10%.
So what are you asking? I mean, this question isn't about altruism anymore.
It's related.
It doesn't seem like it's about altruism. It seems it's about, like, there's a rationality, there's a resource. Third wave feminism is sharing. Babe Twan's got a lot of pretty shallow ideas.
A lot of vibes.
Third wave coffee is sharing. I'm personally falling into tribal wells lately. Yeah. I don't see what we're getting to, how that relates to altruism. If you want to, because this is coming back to our topics of sharing, which
Well,
is
this
more
is
about
literally
distribution.
I mean, it literally goes into the idea of giving. I mean, altruism. We're talking about altruism. We're talking about like giving not for you but for someone else, or like doing something for the sake of someone else. And I don't know, like, let's say you could throw $10 in a trash can and the $10 burns up, but after the $10 burns up, someone in another country with malaria no longer has malaria, but you're never going to see them, you're never going to talk to them. That's an altruistic act.
Not if you know that it's going to happen.
But, well, sure. I mean, there's all kinds of things you get into. Like, now you can tell people that you've done this, even if you never see the person and all this, blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, that's along the lines of altruism. You can argue about whether it's altruism or not. But that is what people argue about when they argue about altruism, I think. That's a fair.
I don't have energy for people outside of it. Expect it to change in the next year or so, though. How do you expect it to change? What are you instigating for that change? I think this is actually the best way to. This is actually a good way to do this. Because it feels like what you're saying. The true mean of shares is spirit bombing.
Oh my god. Anthony, what are you saying?
I think I'm interested, sir. You've piqued my interest. Now give me all your money.
Now, the mean of shares, the average amount of shares that exist in the world,
Spirit bombing.
is spirit bombing. Spirit bombing.
Like,
Spirit bombing.
it feels like people want altruism to exist. Which is part of why.
Sure, blah blah blah. Now you're taking the Ayn Rand stance.
No.
Altruism doesn't exist. Yeah, I've heard it already, AJ.
I don't like Ayn Rand.
Oh, well, it sounds like you love her.
No, I don't. We needed some light. No, I don't. I don't like Ayn Rand at all. But
But you don't think altruism exists? There are no selfless acts.
yeah, I'm just curious about the definition. I'm curious about.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't think it's obvious that there are selfless acts.
I'm
not even. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm skeptical of this definition that posits some kind of desire to scope out that scenario. I'm skeptical of something that's saying like, we're good, you know? It's this like self-important human
You're
thing.
equating altruism to goodness.
I dare you, play Minecraft and see if altruism exists. See, they're onto something. The people have spoken.
Yep, you got a spirit bomb Minecraft.
Public server.
That's how you get to sharing.
I don't know. Like, what do you? Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna need some water.
Give all the kids with malaria your money, AJ.
That's not altruism. That's just curing malaria.
And what do you?
What I don't like about it.
Yeah, what about it makes you uncomfortable?
Yeah. I think what I don't like about it, it isn't about Ayn Rand as much. It's not a social thing as it is like a metaphysical thing. And quite literally, it's a universal, positing itself as a universal to be such a universal. People can do selfless acts, and like selfless act is this universal that doesn't apply to a specific thing. It's like any act we could, because then we have to talk about like what acts are those, and then like.
I mean, I think it's a pretty straightforward idea. Things that you do to benefit the self and things that you do to benefit others. And I think we can clearly say that most people do both of those. But can you ever either do just one purely?
Yeah, it's that purity that I'm worried about. Like, well, why is that interesting?
It's just I think it's an interesting question. I mean, it may be the case, it may not be the case.
Because it seems to have this tongue-in-cheek side stamp of like, it's always about yourself. Like there's this kind of like, they want to find a way to take away this, what they're calling a human nature of selfishness, which I don't believe in that either. It's not.
But not everybody believes in that. I mean, that's a very, I don't know, it's a very Ayn Rand thing.
What is?
You know, it's really about yourself at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't believe that either.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like her.
Right.
So like,
what do you believe?
I believe.
Not what you believe, but like, what are your thoughts on it? I guess.
Yeah. So like, in trying to share, like in this space, it's not about me receiving something that is of the most importance to me, and it's definitely not about allowing for something that is of the utmost importance to anyone out there, right? There's this correlation, there's this connection, there's this dynamic interplay, and I think through that dynamic interplay, we have outcomes, and those outcomes I care about. I care about those outcomes, but then to say that the relation has a certain definable quality of for me, for them, for like us, I'm not as interested, because if I can say that, yeah, no, this interaction is entirely for another person. Okay, great. Rest in peace, Neil Peart. Yeah. Did he die today? Drummer of Rush. I don't know. We're about to find out. But if you were able to label this was an act that was entirely selfless, the next question is, what did it do? For me, you know?
Yeah, of course.
It becomes like, I'm not interested in that label because it didn't serve, like, it's a label of something that's already taken place at best. Because to apply altruism to something, you're looking to be retroactive about it.
Why?
Man, rest in peace, Neil Peart.
Oh.
Because like a thing has to happen, and then you can say that was altruistic.
Couldn't you talk about things that haven't happened and say whether or not they might be altruistic?
And then, but then, why would it matter? Because the question ends up becoming like, what do they do? What would they do if they happened? Not.
I don't know. You don't think there's a use in like trying to understand the qualities of things and not just.
I think the outcomes are the qualities.
I mean, they're different qualities.
Yeah.
Like one quality of it is, who is this being done for? Another quality is, I don't know, how many people did it affect?
Yeah, and so like when someone introduced me to piano, right? And it changed my life in a lot of ways, etc. I could go back and be like, was them show me the piano an altruistic act? And then it becomes like, was it selfless of them? And then I started thinking, maybe it wasn't. Maybe they gained something. Maybe I should stop those fuckers. You know, and like, I don't know. Like, I don't see where that distinction is then serving our participation in the world.
Well, I mean, in that example, it's a relatively harmless thing, so it doesn't matter so much whether or not it was purely for them, purely for you or not. But there are examples where I think it's more... It may be more important to, or maybe more beneficial to consider whether or not it was done for them or for someone else. Because, I mean, you know, a lot of times intent matters. So, you know, it's hard to come up with an example, but I think we can all agree that there are many times when intent is a question of topic. And that intent would boil down to, is this a truly altruistic act or not, you know? What do you think?
Let us know. We are at a currently lovely impasse. Because I think like what you just got to is politics, right? In a lot of ways, you just got to like when you're talking about intent, when you're talking about sussing through social relations, it becomes a political act. It becomes
Not necessarily. Are you not concerned? Are you not concerned in the question of intent?
No.
No, you're not?
In my daily life, no.
No, okay.
Like, but maybe I live a very simple daily life. Like, it's just kind of like, I'm at my job. Whatever my boss's intentions are for telling me to do something, my job's to do it, if I'm going to get paid.
Do you think the philosophy of an intent is an interesting question?
I guess not. I guess I'm not as worried about intent. Like.
Well, there you have it, folks.
No, I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah. What do we like? Because like, people could have all kinds of intents when they're sharing with me. Mm-hmm. Like, people could have all kinds of like reasons why they're trying to instigate a certain interaction, and the way I receive them plays a pretty huge part in that. So their intention becomes diffused, their intention becomes thwarted, relegated, funneled, channeled. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Intent just seems to not be to be non-relational, and then altruism all of a sudden is then relational. So I'm confusing the two.
you know, what if said person shares with you, I don't know, some information that you go back and forth on, but later you learn that they were manipulating you to do something that they desired and not really interested in. I don't know, the information gives you some opportunity that you didn't have otherwise. And so now you have this new opportunity. But because of that opportunity, it has directly benefited them in some way.
Yeah.
But they were not transparent about that, and you find out through someone else later.
Then why are you worried if they were benefited or not? Like, because these hyper-specific scenarios are hard because it just becomes like, why can't they reap the benefits of their trick?
Yeah, I know. It's important to have an example.
Yeah, no, it is. It's hard. I definitely feel that it's hard. That's why I don't have counterexamples because it's a weird space. Altruism. Smack us in the face and tell us we're sharing selfishly. Do it. Please?
Pretty please.
Yeah, I don't know what to think of that kind of energy. Yeah, because I have a hard time with intent because then it, like, because it's like someone could intend to manipulate you.
Yeah.
And your reception of their manipulation is based on two things: your ability to translate the situation as manipulative or not, and their ability to hide that they're manipulating you, right? Like your ability to see if you're being manipulated or not, and their ability as the manipulator to hide their puppet strings.
Sure.
So intent was one level. Translation has like 4 levels in it. It has like this to here, and yeah, it just has like all of their relations of how they could deal with that relation, and then there's an outcome over on the other side. So like intent was just this small strand that was an initiator. It was an initiator of sorts, but like then all the other things that happen become where I live every day. You can intend to ruin my life, but if I don't give a shit about your opinion, it may not work.
Yeah, but the intent many times is the true driver behind actions.
We're not getting to truth. Yeah, that stuff.
Are okay.
No, you're right.
The word true.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
is
relevant.
Is the driver of actions, regardless of how they appear on the outside.
Yeah.
Which is going back to manipulation. Where manipulation, where you talked about the ability to hide manipulation and ability to see through manipulation. Manipulation is a specific way of expressing intent, I guess.
Yeah.
Or a way that manifests itself. But I mean, yeah, it's definitely a higher level thing, but it is still a thing at a different level. We're zooming in and out here.
Yeah, no, we are. And so I'm curious, like I can't control someone's intent, but I can engage with the actions that spring out of that intent.
You as an actor cannot control someone's intent.
Yeah, and so like when I'm thinking of things like altruism,
yeah,
I'm not as concerned because I can't deal with the intent of myself, because like that's also positing that I have free will, right? We're positing at some point that there's an active body that's saying I can be altruistic. There's an it's
Is that Bob Ross?
I think it's Bob Ross trying to imitate me.
Is that Bob Ross? Wow. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah. So like we're positing some kind of like free will nonsense that like
free will nonsense.
it is nonsense. It's kind of like
We
It's
don't
like-
have free will.
We don't.
There's a bunch of rocks that hit each other at the beginning of the universe. It's all the same shit.
Yeah, why not? If that's where you want to go with it. And no, it just posits a lot of intentional energy that Pixel Bob.
That's so true.
I think Babe Twan left us.
Beethoven left us with a spirit bomb.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time dealing with free will as this thing that where we just get to what do you say? Boy. Yeah.
Keep going. I'm listening.
When we're talking about intent, we're talking about people making decisions, right?
Yeah.
And then we're talking about people making decisions, we're talking about them having a view in which the decisions they're making are, in the case of a manipulation, for their benefit.
Yeah.
And so in this case of them having a perspective in which they are trying to have an intention that is for their benefit, they're already wrapped up in a situation in which they have been told or learned how to do that.
Bye, Dimitri.
Bye, Skelly. What do you say?
Huge shares. Yeah. Just me and you now, bud.
Yeah.
Oh, we got friends. Is that 3 viewers?
Yeah.
Hey, friends.
But yeah, I think when intention has this idea of clarity behind it, that the person who's acting has a clarity of their vision of what they're meaning to do. Like when we're talking about intention, we're
They
talking
don't
about
have to be clear of their intentions, like what their intentions are, but they
Well-
have some cloud of intentions in their head.
but then when you get to manipulation, when you get to altruism, you're
Yeah.
positing very clear moments of like
Yeah.
repose.
Yeah, of some
Um,
sort of consistent idea in their head.
Yeah, and like I don't know, like that just seems
Is that what to expect from humans?
it seems incompatible to me with my experience of humans.
Yeah, humans definitely are inconsistent.
And to have this, it seems like you can get wrapped up in manipulation at some point. It seems like you can get wrapped up in something that seems altruistic and selfless, but to set out and be like, this is the choice. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
And so, like, when it comes to sharing these energies, when it comes to sharing energies with people, I find it hard to be like, I know what I'm trying to share and how I'm trying to do it. Which is why, like, the first day of this stream is just me sitting here being like, what does it mean?
Sharing.
Because I'm trying to find an earnesty, and I've already received a lot of. I've received criticism. I've received earnesty. I've received anti-intellectualism. I've received pseudo-intellectualism. I've received a fetishizing of intellectualism. I've received an entire spectrum of how people engage with thinking and being with other people. I'm tired.
We got 28 more minutes.
Yeah.
You're getting there. He's received everything.
Whatever that means.
He's like, get the fuck out of my stream, kid. You and your intent.
Tell Anthony thanks for showing up.
I will. When you say little AJ, you mean Bradley, right?
No, that's his name's Anthony Matula.
Oh.
Well, Alexander Matula actually, but he's AJ Matula.
Would you like some more water? No, you got water.
I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, I just got up.
The world's just a little bit behind us.
Just a little bit.
I'm doing time control.
Oh, he couldn't hear anything we said. That's why he wasn't contributing whatsoever. We were like, Anthony's got some really shallow thoughts right now.
I mean, I kind of like this. The true mean of sharing is spirit bombing. Part of me likes it because I mean, if I go to the diagram, where's my pen? Dan, where's my pen?
I have it.
So, if this is the ends,
Yeah, that's the end.
and this is the mean,
Holy shit.
right?
That's the spirit bomb.
Yeah, but like, this thing is like.
What does that say? Instant?
Intent. This thing is like.
A tree.
Yeah. Now, the man in one version 1, he can pretty much like chop the tree down.
That tree has way more leaves.
Yeah,
It's a different tree.
it was stressed.
Different potential tree.
Yeah, and so like option 1 is it can cut the tree down. Option 2, in all honesty, is obvious. If you can't figure it out, you're scum. The tree falls to
the
the man. No, the tree falls to the man. So like, what we're talking about here, people, is sharing, and the spirit bomb of sharing. Thank you to our beautiful Babe Twan. What we got here is a person with intent. Somewhere on that page is a person with intent. You'll find
In
them.
one scenario, he cuts the tree. In the other scenario, the tree falls on him.
Yeah, and in one scenario, he cuts down the tree like his intent intended, and the tree just being a tree in the second scenario falls on him. But what's the spirit bomb?
Tree, man, tree.
So, what Babe Twan was really trying to share with us here was that our pinnacle of example is Tarzan. And he uses ropes, so I buy it.
This is a nice table. This is a nice table.
It was made out of a tree. Yeah, so that's all we got to say for today. Tarzan shares better than you.
And Tarzan and Goku are the two people capable of spirit bombs.
Yep.
Cheers to that, my friend.
I love it just shattered.
We're talking to a wall.
This is how I feel constantly. This is what I do. This is what I did Monday through Thursday. I welcomed myself to the chat room all day.
Oh my god.
This is how I do this, Dan.
You just didn't have another person to break the silence.
No, yeah, I just sat here and did this. I actually did real work.
Yeah, you actually did things.
Yeah.
So Monday through Thursday is great. You can just be AJ.
Yeah, well, Thursday I've got to wait for people to figure out how they can be here too.
And Friday you have to... Oh god.
Yeah, you just gotta stay back here, Dan.
On Friday you have to not be AJ.
Yeah, I'm trying. People don't want to let me do that.
Or you haven't let people do that.
That's true.
Except for a little bit. We're gonna watch 35mm popcorn.
In our mouth.
This popcorn is so normally sized. 35mm is about the size of popcorn, I feel.
We're just being honest.
If we're just being real.
Burden's a baseball diamond.
Why is a bird in a baseball diamond?
He could at least read the words.
That's true.
Yeah, that's why he kept talking about sharing in the general ways, because he just saw the word share.
pictures of sharing, yeah. Well, I noticed when I've been on my phone, a lot of times it'll cut out, and you'll lose like 3 or 4 seconds of what you said, and it'll just skip the next thing, but, you know, because it's live. One more technological difficulty, I guess.
We can, while we're waiting for time, I'm just gonna move stuff.
To leave this jail. Oh God.
We can do something about it.
Is this thing going away? Yeah. Okay.
Did I tell you about Shelly Turkle last night?
Yeah.
She emailed me back. She says the project sounds amazing.
Really?
Yeah. So I have Shelly Turkle's support.
What else did she say?
Not much. It was just very. She said, like, I'm really busy. I'm writing a new book. Don't have time to get this to credit its due. But the idea is really awesome, and that's what she gave me.
Awesome.
Just kind of like positive feedback.
Good vibes from Shelly Turkle.
Yeah. Thanks, Shelly.
AJ got good vibes from MIT professor.
Yep. Give me all your Patreons.
So why don't you bump up your Patreon support just a little bit? Add that MIT tax on.
God, I hate everything. Yeah.
You're all beautiful. I love your support.
You're just saying that, Dan.
I mean, everyone else is too.
Oh.
Nobody's supporting me.
Why not?
Not here on my own. have a Patreon.
Welcome to the chat room. I like how it just says that whenever like it's just so depressed. It just talks to itself. There's no name here. It just goes like, "Welcome to the chat room."
The Twitch AI is uncomfortable. Welcome to the chat room.
I think I'm gonna cut it early today, guys.
Okay.
I'll give it 2 more minutes.
What do you feel like was good about today?
Meeting human robot. Getting
Okay.
getting the chance to hear.
Yeah.
That was also the worst part about today. So
Hearing from others
no, the chance to hear and then it not be.
and not hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I've grown in some ways from just the interactions we've had, mostly from hearing things from people that I haven't heard, that thing from before. Like even Morgan, she spoke about things that it created a space to have a conversation that you might not normally have with a person.
Yeah. I mean, I did 8 hours of the things today that I wouldn't normally do.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I do.
But I think a lot of the benefit comes from just like a new person entering the space.
Yeah.
And, sharing whatever's on their head or whatever their perspective of the conversation is. Because, we can go back and forth all day. And it's good, but it's still just me and you, and it's not like newness, the potential for different interactions.
That's what we want. So we're
Yeah.
here. We're not trying to fetishize the new, but we're trying to make availability for it.
Yeah.
QED. See you on the flip side.
Good night, folks.